Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV. It is day 3, the final day of Group A action here in week 12 of Series 2. We're going to get one step closer to finding out who is going to be the final player to join the Champions League Roll of Honour. And we're going to do it this morning in the company of Primetime himself, Matthew Edgar, with me up here on the balcony. First off, let's talk about Lee Budgen, because he was the man of yesterday. He went through the card undefeated, and there was a time when we thought that this group was going to be tight, close fought to the finish, but what he's done towards the end of yesterday's action is open up a buffer for himself.
My opinion hasn't changed, though, in regards to this still being a wide-open group. I think this is far from being done. Richard North is right close to him on those legs as well. He's not pulled away in the legs department. He's had a couple of heavy defeats as well as the wins that he's been getting, but the points are on the board. That is the first deciding factor. However, there's a lot more darts to be thrown. There's 15 matches to play today, and everyone can still catch him. And I don't think this is a foregone conclusion. The bookies put him in as favourite this morning. When I got here, I checked the odds again, and he's been punted right into 2 to 5. I don't think he's a 2 to 5 shot to win this group at this point.
Let's see why he's the favourite by looking back at yesterday's highlights. Danny Smith, really promising first day for himself, but then maybe second day he would have felt he's left a little bit in the tank.
I think what he did is he came in and he probably achieved a little bit more than he expected to, and then yesterday it was sort of a bump back to reality a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how it goes today for him. Big
John Henderson, what are we thinking about him at the minute?
Tired, fatigued. I think these are the words that describe him, and he needs to get some time off.
Niall Culleton, a bit of a flip of his fortunes on the first day. 4 wins, 1 defeat on day 1, 4 defeats, 1 win day 2.
That's this group all in general, isn't it? And say Reece Colley as well, doing the same sort of thing. The form just in and out. But Richard North is probably the one that's impressed me the most, actually. He's probably one of the players that came into this, and I thought he's probably the more vulnerable player of the group, and you certainly saw that within the bookies' odds, but he certainly performed well.
As for Lee Budgen now, he knows how good a day he had yesterday. I suppose he had no pressure then. Now, the bookmakers are making him favourite. For the first time, he's got a little bit of expectation.
And you can see the finishing line now as well. That is where it becomes hard, when you can see the end goal. He can see those days off where I just alluded to that John Henderson would really want and really need. But he's probably a little bit too far out of the running for that. I think for John Henderson, it's essential that he gets himself into Group B. I think if he goes into Group C and he's playing here tomorrow and Friday morning, I think he's going to have a few problems going his way. But just look how tight that group is. Nobody is out of the running going into the last day, which is kind of unheard of.
And I suppose for Lee Budgen, the first game could be oh so crucial for him, because if he loses that and the likes of North and Collie and Cullerton get off to fast starts, things can get very awkward for him very quickly.
We like to say if a lot, don't we, here at the Super Series, because when we're looking at a league table like this, if this happens, if that happens. However, these are genuine things that can happen here in this group. And when we say, oh, well, we need these 4 results to go this way, they actually can. We're not looking at somebody like we've had in previous weeks where someone's bottom of the table and they've been losing 4-0, 4-1, and we go, well, if they can get that victory there. This is a group that is beating everybody. And Paul Nicholson's been running some stats downstairs, which I'm sure he's going to share within this first game, that is really going to back up this statement as well, in regards to everyone is just beating everybody. And I don't see anybody, we said we didn't see anyone doing 5 and 5, Lee Budgen did that. That's not going to happen again, surely.
John Henderson could potentially be in Group C by the end of today. That's staggering and says a lot about the competitiveness of this week.
I think it says a lot about the competitiveness of this week, but also about diary management. I don't think he's got his diary right in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, he had to go to Q School. He had to go to the Challenge Tour. And you're not going to turn down your opportunity here, especially when this leads straight onto Champions Week as well. However, I think it's been a lot of darts in a small period of time, in between that massive travelling and massive miles, and I just think he's feeling a little bit stretched at times.
We saw last week with Mark McGeaney actually moving into the second group, having that clean slate, having 0 points on the board again after that long stint actually helped him. Do you think maybe today everything he can get is a bonus, and then wherever he's slotted in, it's go again tomorrow and Friday?
I mean, we're going to speak about John Henderson quite a lot when we move forward with this group. And when you just scour through things like social media and things like that, and he's put tweets out there saying that he was going to Q School, but he's disappointed to go to Q School. And we look at the different attitudes of people going to Q School. Some people like Graham Usher was going to Q School like, this is my opportunity to get on the tour. I can vouch for this because I was in this position last year. Sometimes you go to Q school after being on the tour as long as John has and as long as I was on the tour, and you go into Q school and you're not trying to win something, you're trying to get what you had for many years. It feels like a disappointment. I think he's in that mode at the moment.
Well, hopefully he's in the mode for some wins today here at the MODUS Super Series. First up for us today, it is Danny Smith up against Niall Culleton. Matthew Edgar is going to be a commentary for all 15 games, and he's going to join Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Henry, and good morning to everybody tuning in to the MODUS Super Series for day 3 of Group A. Happy Wednesday to everybody, and welcome back to Danny Smith, the man from this town, taking on the man with a more resplendent beard than his, which is the 35-year-old from Kilkenny in Ireland, who really did find his best game at the end of Tuesday, but boy did he need to if he has any chance of coming through Group A. As it stands, Cullerton on 10 points in 4th position in the table. He's up against Danny Smith, who currently sits at the foot of the table on 8 points, but that could change in the first couple of rounds here today.
Okay, first leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
Your referee for today is Owen Binks. You're in safe hands, and Danny will get us off and cracking with him having the darts in this contest.
60.
Many a thing to talk about throughout the course of Wednesday's play. We'll be here all the way through to around 2:30 this afternoon, and I'm really looking forward to calling this in
60.
for you with this guy, Niall Culleton, playing what looks like with 3 different coloured darts at the start, which is something he did at the end of his campaign yesterday.
180.
Danny doesn't wait long for his first maximum. He's got now 8 for the week. And even with that 180 match,
43.
he is still at the foot of the table, not just on points, but in the 180 charts as well.
Well, he's got a full day to go and put that one correctly.
85.
And when we talk about, well, when Henry certainly asked me those sort of questions at the start of the day, and what do you expect to see from this player or that player? I
96.
think the general vibe is I haven't got a clue. Because it has been brilliant at times and questionable at times. And that is everybody's form, which is why this table is so appealing. And this day is going to be so exciting to watch and see how it pans out.
I think what Danny is looking for especially
92. Danny requires
is the same kind of start that he had on Monday. His best game of the week came in his very first game of the week.
On the first
And that's a very
leg.
tidy start
Danny
at 14
Smith.
darts. And he sends a message to his Irish opponent at the very beginning of today's
Second
session.
leg, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
I just mentioned, Matt, that at the end of yesterday's session, when Cullerton was playing in match number 14 against
140.
Danny Smith, he started to use 3 different coloured darts. Now, just to re-emphasise what we said yesterday, the darts are not of a different
60.
weight, they're just different colours. He is very much a maverick when it comes to changing his flight and stem combinations, which colour darts he uses. But for the first time this week, he seems to be going to the trifecta of colours. And he did send me a tweet yesterday, actually, saying that it's just so it gives something for us to talk about. So he's just being a bit playful.
There is a psychological area, though, as well, where you can say that it's something on the eye, something different. It looks different, so by that it must feel slightly different as well. But also we've got the opportunity with this to start really having those deep-rooting elements. Like if he was to use this, and he was to use this time now, he could cut down the process time. So in that process time, he could rearrange those darts into an order. Blue, gold, brass, blue, gold, brass.
118.
And that processing time while he's walking back, he's not thinking about what he's done or what he has, because the brain has to be active. The conscious side of the brain has to be doing something. If you can task that part of the brain with something as simple as rearranging them colours, you cut down the processing time, which will reduce the anxiety.
As someone who has done his homework on that subject, I can concur, but Danny Smith is doing his homework right now. He's actually playing better than his first game of the week. Stunning 15 darter with a ton plus checkout.
Game on.
I can confirm that every player has had a ton plus checkout this week, but the best has come from Danny Smith, which was a 167 on Monday.
We see that sort of sports psychology where we're using the different colours and the arrangement and the tasking of the brain in many different ways. You might see some people use different coloured flights, different coloured stems, have an odd stem that always has to go in the middle. Another interesting one is one of the colours that is meant to increase sports performance is yellow. So if you see the colour yellow, or if you're wearing yellow, and what people...
60.
I've certainly tinkered with and advised other people that have had almost instant results from, is little yellow dots on the barrel. And all you've got to do is when you go around, is just turn them so you see the yellow dots. So again, it tasks the brain, it gives it something to do as you're turning it in, but the colour yellow is actually
60.
supposed to improve performance.
Slightly off topic, but is that one of the reasons why most American college students use yellow paper? Because they do.
100.
I'll leave that one with you.
Interesting. I'll have to have a look at that one.
Or maybe it's the reason why we've got a yellow carpet here at the MODUS Super Series at the Live Lounge.
45.
It is one of our predominant colours.
Require 85.
85 for another brilliant 5-visit leg.
65.
Not this time, but Cullerton's been wounded by this really good start from Danny.
He looks so much better today as well. I said yesterday, I picked up early on that he was looking at the dart in the hand as if he was trying to find the point in which he grips the dart.
20.
He had no feel of it. Today, he just gets the dart, holds it, sets, and delivers with a very firm arm.
Game shot,
very successful arm.
Danny Smith.
And he has gone back to that performance of day one, when he did actually beat Niall Culleton 4-0 in the opening game.
Averaged 100.20,
which is a 15-dart leg. And in that game, Niall Culleton did not have a single dart at the double. History is repeating itself.
100.
Are we seeing Danny playing against his perfect opponent, maybe? At the perfect time?
It looks to be that way. And there's just some things you like about certain people, aren't they? Like the pace in which they play. I mean, I was always a quick player, but two players I did enjoy playing against was yourself and Justin Pipe. And
100.
I think with that, it's because the pace of it just suited enough time so you had time to process and get into your own routines. Going against someone like a Ricky Evans, it's like there's no opponent.
100.
You literally get back to the back of the hockey and it's time to throw again. And there's probably just something about Niall's pace that suits him. He's back at the back of the hockey there. And he's thrown one dart. He's only got to wait the two darts. If we're talking about that process time, he hasn't got a lot of thinking time there. Where some people will leave you till you got to the back of the hockey and you stood there before they've even thrown a dart.
125.
He takes the lead in the leg, but only by 10 points. And Cullerton should be in a much better position here to potentially take his first leg of the day.
140.
But like Matt said, he hasn't had a dart at a double yet.
44.
He should surely get one now.
61.
Looks like he's going treble 7. I like this play a lot.
Game shot.
And I like that execution.
Niall Culleton.
This one is not done yet. Leg difference will come into play today, whether it's for taking the Group A title or indeed the position in the table which graduates you to another group. Just a reminder that positions 2 and 3 in the Group A table at the end of today's session will go to Group B over the next 2 evening sessions. And they will be joined by Fallon Sherrick, Ryan Palmer of Bristol and Sean Griffiths of Greater Manchester. Bottom 3 players in this group at the end of the session will graduate to Group C.
100.
Like Matt mentioned with Henry Deacon at the top of the show, that is something that John Henderson does not want to do. He would like to be playing the evening sessions over the next couple of days, as would most of the players if they don't win the group.
140.
But awaiting the Group C combatants, Jared Cole, Josh McCarthy and Mark Graham of Wales.
Really interesting names coming in there. I'm looking forward to seeing Jared Cole, and Jared Cole's actually moved to being the favourite to win this now. Interested in seeing Fallon Sherrick. I think I don't think she's ever come to this in the form that she is coming into this right now. Certainly looking a lot better in 2023. And Ryan Palmer, bumped into that name a few times, and normally for the right
47.
reasons. Be really interested to see how he gets on here as well. I think that's going to be a really intriguing evening session. And obviously, you're going to get 2 players from this group promoted to that group as well.
140. Danny, 154.
To take the match. That's worked out pretty well, as long as Niall doesn't hit this. His biggest finish of the week, a 157. He's not going to take this one, so Danny Smith gets his first chance to get points on the board early.
56.
It's important for the chasing pack to get on the board early before Budgen, the group leader, even plays. Double top.
36.
If he'd have thrown that one about an inch and a half higher, that was right in the middle. Cullerton misses the single. Does he miss the double? He doesn't, and that's why he keeps leaving double top. It has been a friend to him at times this week. And it is right there. This game is very much not done.
Niall to throw first.
Cullerton with the darts could well take us the distance. And the pressure is starting to mount on the man at the foot of the table.
You mentioned before Lee Budgen comes up to play. He's going to be coming up in game number 3. So you've got another game to go before them, which is actually John Henderson versus Richard North, the 2 players who have hit the highest heights of the players that are in this group this week. They are 2 players that are desperate for the points. John Henderson loses that, you can pretty much rule out his chances of getting through, while if Richard North can win that, he will be against the darts. If he can win that match,
60.
Overturn the odds where John Henderson will be the favourite going into that one. He will be just 2 points behind Lee Budgen. And he'll be sat in a leg difference area that if Budgen was to lose to Collie, it's all going to come down to those 2. There's so many ifs, isn't there? Ifs and buts, and it's going to be all day, I think we're going to be like this.
Well, there's a saying in a very famous movie. If ifs and buts were candy and nuts, and I'm going to add to that, I'd be very fat today. I'm just looking through all of our different players this week, and I can't believe this has escaped my attention, but everybody who's playing this week,
60.
None of them have won a weekly title here. As for winning a weekly title with us in any studio, I can only see Fallon Sherrick, Jared Cole. But Niall Culleton has won a Group A before. He then graduated to the Saturday night and didn't get the job done.
91.
Another chance to win the match. And after missing that treble 17,
26.
He has flummoxed himself just a little bit. He was going for the 3-dart combination on that 98 again. He did that yesterday. It's tops with 1. And he's out of rhythm this time. That may make the difference.
78.
Can't escape the fact that it must
65.
have made a difference. Double top. Double 10 again for the match. Last time he missed it low. And this time it's high and left.
Now we require 20.
He's had opportunities. He's had multiple opportunities now. And Niall Culleton, he gets this. You've got to think the form line and the confidence is definitely in his corner. His stats are going up while Danny Smith's are dropping. And
7 from
is it
final
now
is Danny
starting
to
to
throw
be
first.
desperate
Game
down?
on.
If Danny was to lose this leg, would you say that his challenge for the top of the table is over?
140.
Yeah, realistically, you've got to look at where Budgen is at the moment. Ideally,
137.
even if Budgen has an average sort of day, you're going to say he's going to win 2 or 3 matches, which is 4 or 6 points on top of that. Danny Smith won't be able to catch him, never mind anybody else who may pick up points today as well.
Here comes the charge. And Smith is under the cosh a little bit. This has got to be solid. What you're trying to do in legs like this is remain a dart ahead. And what I mean by that is around 60 to 80 points in front, forcing your opponent to get at least one treble to stay in
60.
touch. As it stands, Cullerton is now half a dart ahead, forcing Smith to get trebles.
45.
And there's no upside to that.
Even a straight dart would have just left him on a finish, but slipping into the 5 has just given so much hope and encouragement here to Niall Culleton.
105.
Who sets that up very intelligently, I think, there.
Yeah, the use of the 25 and bullseye on dart 2 has become a lot more prevalent over the last 4 or 5 years.
No, he requires 76.
He's been brilliant in taking clutch legs here, but this is a match start for Niall. He only needs the one, and he wins from 3-0 down, giving himself a great chance of still winning this group because he's now within 2 points of the top, and that's a message sent not only to Danny Smith, who loses that one 4-3, but to Mr. Budgen at the top on 14 points. Richard North, in the next match, he'll be looking to do exactly the same against John Henderson, trying to get to 12 points, which is where Niall Culleton is after that 84-89 average and an excellent performance on the doubles. Don't go far because match number 2 is coming right up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a comeback that was by Niall Culleton, coming back from 3-0 down to get the better of Danny Smith by 4 legs to 3 in the opening encounter of the day, making things very interesting in that race for first place. Next up for us is the first meeting of the day for John Henderson and Richard North. Who's going to win this one? Let's find out. Your commentary team are Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Henry. We've talked a little bit already this morning about how yellow can be a winning colour, and we didn't know it, but Richard North has turned up in black and yellow, who seems to have got the memo for Wednesday, Matt, because he's perfectly in sync with the stage, but he's in a pretty good position to mount an assault on the top of the table if he has another good day today.
John to throw first. Game on.
As for John Henderson, who is donning the green today, he's gone back to his old darts. Not using the black versions of his darts,
41.
as he has been the last couple of days and at Q School. But the old faithfuls have come out for Wednesday, maybe looking to try and rekindle
100.
a little bit of top form to try and get on the same points total, of course, as his opponent, who sits on 10,
100.
Hendo's on 8.
Just going to the yellow and looking for the buzzwords and the reasonings as to why they do
81.
so. And they do suggest that. And one of the reasons is because the colour yellow is associated with being cheerful, enthusiastic, vibrant, exciting and
24.
stimulating. Are they words that we would use to describe Richard North?
I can't say I've ever thought about
100.
Richard North in a stimulating way. But I think Richard he's a lot smarter than people give him credit for, you know. But
60.
I'm not sure he thinks to the same levels that we do when it comes to colour association. I think he probably put this shirt on today because it looks nice.
100.
And Henry did describe him yesterday as the ever enthusiastic, which is one of the words I've got here in bold.
Well, in that case, I'll have to associate
80.
yellow with Richard because I don't think
Richard
I've ever
require
met anybody as enthusiastic
120.
about darts as Richard. His position in the table is one of chaser. 10 points, leg difference of +6. Looking to get
80.
within 2 points of Lee Budgen before he even throws a competitive dart today. And as far as this start is concerned, it's not too bad.
50.
Tops off to 15.
Richard, you require
Henderson
40.
106 behind.
Game show on the first leg.
Continues to impress,
Richard
doesn't he,
North.
Richard North? And especially on that tops target as well. He leaves it as much as he physically can, and for good reason. He keeps
Second
pinning
against
that
Richard
tops.
to throw first.
16
Game
dart
on.
breaker throw there from Richard North. And he's, if anything, I think he's growing into this week even more.
100.
He is not having a bad week. If you think about his running average for the last couple of days, 86.54, that's pretty useful. 12 maximums,
95.
which in the 180 charts is second, only behind Lee Budgen, and a high out of 136, which came on double top
41.
on Monday. You don't see many 136 checkouts on double top because he hit 2 triple 16s en route to that northern double.
180.
As for Hendo, that's his 10th maximum of the week. I just wonder what his mindset is today, because he looked a little beaten up at the end of Tuesday.
Well, I can give you a slight insight to that, and that comes from @Hendo180, the official Twitter account of John Henderson. On the 12th of January, he tweeted, "Q School
123.
starts for me now. Disappointed to be here." I think that's the part of that tweet that I need to put in bold there. Disappointed to be here. Disappointed because he's come off the tour and he's got to try and get that position back again. And I can vouch for this in terms of the position when you come off the tour and you go to Q School and you feel like you don't really want to be there, and you're going against all those enthusiastic youngsters or people that want the position you have,
145.
and you're just trying to, well, it almost feels like you're defending.
85.
It's a decent lay up there from John.
140.
He was hoping for that 145, but 60 left. And he will get a look at it now. And he's one of those players, like Richard, who gets a steep angle of attack
Johnny requires
with
60.
his darts. So this could be in the way of tops. He doesn't have to move because that one's nice and low.
40.
And he has had a few troubles on the doubles over the last couple of days
Richard, you require
on shots
80.
like that. And now watch out, Richard North on this shot loves double top with 3 darts in hand. Don't be surprised if he goes that way. A somewhat safe effort, but now he has one shot for a 2-0 lead.
60.
Too much tungsten in the way.
Johnny required 20.
That's the danger of doing that way when you've got an upright dart like Richard North has. You're just building a barrier of obstacles in the way to your target.
Game
Always
shot
going
the
to be that,
second
wasn't it? A
leg.
lovely
John
dart just on the
Henderson.
top wire there for John Henderson, which almost grown the target. It made it like a basketball hoop is the example
Third
I
against
give,
John
where it's
to
like the
throw
backboard
first.
going into the ring.
My PE teacher always used to say that if you don't want to get a pure shot in the net, just go for the middle of the
100.
backboard with the right amount of pace. You don't want to throw it too hard because it'll come straight back at you, but you throw it with a little bit of loop, hit the middle of the backboard square behind the ring,
78.
it'll just fall nicely into that basket. Great shot from John to equalise at 1-1. His running average for the first couple of days, just a shade over 85.
100.
But isn't that, when we go back to that tweet that John Henderson put out on the 12th of January, isn't that such a
150.
telling statement? When he says disappointed to be here, and then you look at the clips that come out of Q School where people are crying after winning tour cards because they're hitting that
92.
ambition, and John's going in there disappointed to be in the room.
I suppose I can only look at it from my own personal standpoint, because you and I have been to Q School more than once.
58.
I've been twice, but with two very different feelings. One time where I did get my card back immediately, but I pretty much knew I was going to Q School for about 4 or 5 months.
45.
The next time I went, I didn't realise I was going until the 1st of January because I was knocked out of the top 64 by Luke Humphries, who made the quarterfinals of the World Championship.
123.
So that was more of a shock,
Johnny
and my
Rock,
knee-jerk reaction to that
164.
was not as good as the preparation time as previous. Whereas John knew he was going to Q School with about
55.
2 to
Richard,
3
you
weeks to
require
spare, if not a little bit
127.
longer. I'm sure it's very tough for him, but if he remains patient throughout the year, he will have his own opportunities to rebound, and he
99.
must
Johnny
use this
require
to its full
109.
potential. The week is young, and the opportunity is not gone here. Double top.
89.
Just
Richard,
sense
you
that
require
his favourite double is
28.
not cooperating the last couple of days, and so far this morning as well. That has been his Achilles heel. Well, those two darts were not his best.
14.
He'll be devastated with that.
Johnny require 20.
Yeah, none of them were even close. Didn't even worry it. John Henderson could just chip away here and takes the lead for the first time.
Third leg.
First time in
John
this match.
Henderson.
It's not pretty from Hendo, but it's the result as he blows on his hands. Is that a
Fourth leg is
sign of
Richard to throw
maybe he's
first.
feels
Game
like he's
on.
not releasing the darts right? The hands in the pocket, maybe trying to get a bit of warmth in there. I do obviously advise people carry around things like hand
100.
warmers with them, because if the hands do get cold or you feel a bit cold, the first thing that's going to go away from is the hands and the feet. If you start losing the feeling in the hands, it's just not going to open
78.
fully, and the dart's almost going to flop out of the hand, and it's going to ultimately go low.
Do you know what, Matt? You make a really good point, and I'd like to elaborate on that just a little bit, because there are some things that idiosyncratic players will do,
81.
but they will do them purely because they feel it makes them feel better or will make them play better. But there will be players in the practice room or
83.
wherever you play who will look at you and say, what are you doing that? Why are you being silly? I remember you at the tour wearing large headphones on your head. And people used to look at you as if to say, what's he using those for? Why doesn't he
42.
just use small earbuds? What's the difference? I used to, when it was cold, wear long sleeves underneath my dart shirt. That got
100.
scoffed at. And there was a tournament where I took golf mittens to keep my hands warm. At the end of the day, people were saying, where did you get your mittens from?
People don't like change,
96.
and people don't like to believe that what they've done for many years, or what Dave down the bar told them when they first picked up a set of darts, isn't actually correct.
125.
Yeah, Dave thinks he's correct, but more often than not, he's not.
Everywhere's got a Dave.
86. Johnny Rock 115.
There's a lot of different routes for this. He's going south. That one doesn't help. Seen quite a few people these days going for the bullseye on 115.
43. Richard, you require 96.
Double effort for 96. Maybe on if he doesn't get the 60. But I like that lie. He loved it. And he
Game
loves that
shot
out.
on the fourth
2-2. That's a great shot
Richard North.
from Richard. If he was going to miss that 60, that first start was about as good as he could have hoped for.
Fifth leg, it's John to throw
I
first.
mentioned something
Game
yesterday
on.
about Richard North, and I thought I'm going to watch for the first couple of legs of today and see what I can see in him. And you mentioned that he worries far too much about stats and averages. One thing I'm noticing from Richard North here is
95.
he's doing it again. The eyes straight to the screen. He wants to know what Henderson's on all the. He really plays a game. He really plays every single emotion of the match. If you watch his eyes, he's straight to the
41.
board. What's he hit? What's he left? When you say play the board or the man, Richard North plays every single shot of the game. He lives every moment.
140.
You've got me watching him now. But I do tend to watch the player a little bit more than the board when we commentate on them, just to see how they're feeling early. John's starting to find a better first start all of a sudden, which does make a huge difference to his game.
140.
Don't underestimate the fact that Hendo will not be out of the running for winning this group
89. Johnny Rock 126.
if he gets a result here. But the one thing that's not in his corner is leg difference. He's currently 13 legs behind the leader. Double 18. That's beautiful.
On the fifth leg.
1-2-6
John
checkouts
Henderson.
don't always come on the bull and double six. You can see them that way too. That was wonderful from John. And that's his biggest finish of the week so far.
Game on.
I wonder if the little change of the darts, just back to something a little bit more familiar. Something he's got the trust
41.
in and the good memories with. They look the same dart, just a little bit more worn in.
I think there's a slightly different grip pattern on these
140.
ones. But John is not the kind of player that changes a great deal. I remember a few years ago, he had real trouble changing to some new flights because the old
80.
ones he used to use weren't being made anymore. Now that he's firmly using these Highlander ones, they're all right. He's always been someone to
140.
use a white stem as well. And in the previous set that he was using yesterday, they were black. Little things like that can make such a big difference.
48.
He might be able to sight the dart a bit better with the white stem in his eye line. The only way to find out
95.
is to, one, ask him how he feels about it at the end of the day, and look at his statistics and compare them with Monday and Tuesday.
68. Johnny Rock 126.
Yeah, it's one of them things where that's why the approach with different players has to be different. You have to understand who you're dealing with. Some people like change, which we've just spoke about in our last game with Niall Culleton, where some people like familiarity.
80.
Now that's worked out pretty well after a sketchy beginning. Good resilience there from John. He's putting North to the sword. No pun intended, because there is a very big sword in the back of John's shirt.
Johnny Rock 46.
Double top for the win to start the day really well.
And
start he does. A very similar beginning to his start on Tuesday with an average just over 86. The doubles were pretty good at 40%, but going back to the trusty darts, maybe something that will yield a lot more success today. That high out of 126 to take that 3-2 lead really was excellent. So Henderson goes to 10 points in the table, and Richard North will have to stay there for now. That was a really good result for Lee Budgen. He could stretch his lead at the top of the table back to 4 points if he beats Reece Colley in Game 3 after this break.
John Henderson got the better of Richard Knorr 4-2 there, courtesy of a high checkout of 1-2-6. The victory there puts him on to 10 points in the table. The race for top place really is intensifying. This rounds off the 11th round of fixtures here in Group A. It sees Lee Budgen take on Reece Colley, and it's going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry, and good morning to everybody once again. Lee Budgen wearing green and black today. The 28-year-old from Hull has got a very good position in the table. He started with a 4-point buffer. That's been erased down to 2 now. But if he can beat this man, Reece Colley, he will stretch that to 4 points again with only 4 games to play per player for this group. Reece Colley himself is on 10 points, and he's looking to join Niall Culleton on 12 to make round 2 of our matches, Matt, just a little bit more exciting.
It could be very exciting, or it could be
Okay, first leg is
all about
Lee
Lee
to throw
Budgen.
first. Game on.
He does have the darts in this one, but one thing we know about Reece Colley is, despite being 23, he's already got plenty of pedigree.
I think at times both
90.
players have shown us exactly what they're about. We haven't seen massive averages this week, but we have seen very impressive legs from both players. But
90.
we can't negate the fact that Lee Budgen has averaged better than anybody in this group over the first couple of days. 87.88 is running average coming into today's play. He's had more 180s than
44.
anybody else, having hit 14. Reece Colley about 2 points behind him in average and 3 180s behind him.
45.
But just digging a little deeper, he had an awful start on Tuesday. He looked almost lost with his game, but the way he was able to respond
180.
made a huge statement about what he's about. Budgen doesn't have to wait long to get that first 180 of the day, and with him having the darts here,
85.
he might be hard to topple.
I think one of the things that can really be defined about the players this week is their resilience, because they've lost a game, come back and put in a bigger performance, or once when we start to question the form line, they can come back with something a lot bigger. And it reminds me of a song that was out during my school days, and we used to put it on the school bus on the way to a football match.
I fear to think, because we've spoken about music in the past, I can't even imagine what this song could be. Double 14, as we give Matt the drum roll along that song. And Budgen,
Lee Budgen,
budgets for a 15-darter. And that's exactly what he's priced himself on for a 1-0 lead. A really good start
it's Reece to throw
for someone who was undefeated for Tuesday.
Well, what I'll do is I'll say the title of the artist, and then you can do your Paul Nicholson's amazing at quiz things again by telling us what the song is. It was by Chumbawamba.
Well, the I Get Knocked Down and Get Up Again song.
That's the one.
57.
It had to be the one, because it's probably the only song they did, isn't it? It's like, is it Wheatus?
140.
Teenage Dirtbag.
Yes. If you went to watch a Wheatus concert and they opened with Teenage Dirtbag, you'd be disappointed because you've seen it all. You'd be like, oh, thanks, I'm off now.
140.
If you catch me at a Wheatus concert, you've got every right to flog me. It's fair to say that Reece was not flogged in that first leg. But that was a really, really good start for Lee, who I walked past him yesterday during game 15 on my way to the balcony to talk to Henry. He didn't look particularly happy with 5 wins from 5, I'll say that. He looked a bit, I don't want to use the word disappointed.
Require 164.
Maybe he didn't know how to respond to an undefeated day because he's never had one here.
86 left.
So it goes back to what we were saying, though, isn't it? That
96.
you can never please the dart player, because
57.
if they win it, they always want to average better. If they win it averaging 100 in every game, why didn't I do that yesterday? Why didn't I do that last? Win a title. Oh, I should have won this before.
68.
There's never a positive spin with dart players. It's a strange, strange sport.
I completely agree with you. Double top.
28.
Just over the top.
Reece require 98.
Reece Colley will be going for the treble 20 here, but when Niall Culleton was going for this shot, he was going treble 18 first. No shot at double for Reece.
58. Lee require 40.
Another shot for Lee. That looks pretty awkward. And it
20.
proved to be the case.
Reece
Blocked
require
the bed
40.
and he couldn't find the angle to sneak it in on the left-hand side. He's disappointed with that one. He's got every right to be. Double 8.
24.
Oh, just a little bit
Lee
ragged.
require 20.
And Budgen is not just playing decent darts, but he's getting fortunate as well. Maybe getting more chances than he deserves.
Game's on the
And he
second
takes full
leg.
advantage of that for a
Lee
2-0
Budgen.
lead. This is not only good for Lee Budgen right now, it's really bad for the chasing pack.
Delegates
Reece
lead to
Colley,
throw
interestingly, has
first. Game
not
on.
really produced in these opening games. He lost 4-0 to Richard Northway, a 68. He beat John Henderson 4-3 with an 80 average. So
100.
these early morning starts don't seem to be profitable for Reece Colley, which would make you think that the minimum he's going to want to do is go into that Group B.
Well, the last time he was
85.
here, before Group A this week, he was in Group C in Super Series 1. And he was brilliant in that
42.
Group C over the couple of days. He was really, really effective. We haven't seen that amount of effectiveness over the last couple of days, and indeed this morning quite yet.
96.
I do maybe get the feeling, and this is completely without proof, that maybe he would be more of a night player. There's a lot of dart players who do prefer to play at night time because they're very good sleepers.
180.
Budgen with his second maximum of the match. He's fast approaching the possibility of over 20
95.
in a group, which is a really good sign for his scoring stats.
It's not far off record potential, that one.
96.
There's still plenty of darts still to be thrown here from Lee Budgen. It's interesting, though, watching Reece. I'll probably pick up on this a bit more in
45.
the
They
next leg.
require
But when he gets to the
83.
back of the stage, he's constantly watching the board and he's watching what Budgen's doing. He's peering over the shoulder like a meerkat.
Double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
Game
And everything
on
is
the
going his
third
way.
leg.
This is
Lee
fast
Budgen.
becoming a nightmare result for everybody in this group apart from Lee. He sits on 14 points with a leg difference of plus
Well, because
10.
Reece to throw
If he wins
first.
this leg against the darts, he'll be on plus 14, 10 legs ahead of his nearest challenger in leg difference.
85.
And if we take that a little bit further, Niall Culleton is in second position on points right now. If Lee wins this leg, he will be 17 legs in
57.
front.
Just absolutely no nonsense from Lee Budgen.
If you were setting your clocks as to
85.
when Matthew Edgar would call him no nonsense, 10:20 in the morning. For anybody who wasn't tuning in the last couple of days,
93.
would you like to elaborate on the no nonsense topic?
Yeah, we was trying to come up with a nickname for Lee Budgen because he doesn't seem to have one. Other than
100.
Budgie, which is something that we really want to get away from, the chuck the Y on the end of the name. And he just has a complete no-nonsense approach. There's nothing flashy about the shirt.
100.
There is a very simplistic throw.
Yeah, you mentioned the shirt. Obviously, Reece Colley's got a very vibrant, chaotic
89.
shirt. As far as Lee Budgen's concerned, he purchased a darts polo and said, put my name on the back.
And the last 2 days, we didn't even have the name on there. It was just, has it got a
85.
collar on?
Reach
Yes, I'll wear
142.
that then.
Probably got friends up in Humberside saying, oh, look at you, superstar, with your name on the back of your shirt.
49.
About 20, 25 years ago, if you had your name on the back of your shirt playing local league, you'd probably get put in the corner. Nowadays, everybody wants a little brand for themselves, which I'm thoroughly
58.
endorsing.
Reach require
Everybody's
93.
entitled to it. And Reece is entitled maybe to 74 and 2. He's not going to get it.
53.
Lee's
You
best
require
finish of this week is
108.
140. This is a lot easier. But finding that 57 is not easy. But he still does it.
76.
Doesn't win the match quite yet.
Reece, you require 40.
Match darts are not guaranteed. Now that he's had one, does he get any more?
No
He does.
score. Lee require 32.
That just looked a bit loose to me. Budgen comes in for the ideal start to his campaign on Wednesday. He had a dart yesterday at double 8 that was somewhat fortunate to go in, and he's done it again
Shot down the
through the
match.
posts,
Lee
just like Johnny
Budgen.
Wilkinson. And a 4-0 victory puts him further towards the possibility of winning Group A. Phenomenal 4-0 win, and now everybody is looking up at him, and he's further away from where they were before. 72 average for Collie. It's not a good start for him again, but Lee Budgen just better on every single metric. When we come back, we will start round 2, and Niall Culleton, who is the closest to Budgen in the table, needs a win against Hendo, otherwise he's in bigger trouble.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lee Budgen got the better of Reece Colley by 4-0 in his opening encounter of the day. That means following the 11th round of fixtures in this group, he has opened up a 4-point gap at the top of the league standings. Niall Culleton, the man in second place, is the man who is at the hockey now. He takes on John Henderson, who picked up victory in his first game. He's on 10 points, so let's see who's going to claim the win in this one. Let's find out in the company of Mrs. Edgar and Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Henderson versus Cullerton it is. And we've just seen something that I predicted we wouldn't see throughout the course of Group A, Matt. Somebody beating an opponent 3 times in 3 days, because Lee Budgen has defeated Reece Colley for the 3rd time this week. And that now takes him to 16 points in the table.
Okay, first
4
I get
points ahead of
Niall to throw
Culleton
first.
and 6 points
Game
ahead
on.
of Hendo. So, would you agree with me as we start this 4th match of the day that this is a must-win game for both players?
Absolutely. Lee Budgen has just made it that way, hasn't he, by getting that
121.
win. And not just getting that win, but 4-0 as well, in which I see a little bit of a pattern as well in there. I like patterns, and you can always find a pattern in the
100.
numbers somewhere. Yesterday, Reece Colley lost his opening game 4-0 to Richard North. Today, he loses his opening game 4-0 to Lee Budgen. And in both of those games, he was 0 from 5 on the doubles.
So if there are improvements to be made to the game of Reece Colley, they have got to be done early.
140.
And one thing we have done this morning is had a little chat with John Henderson, our friend, and we noticed that he's wearing a black armband today.
100.
He informs us that his wife's cousin Eric Hughes, a big Celtic fan, sadly passed away recently, and he will be laid to rest today. So our condolences from everybody at the MODUS Super Series to the Henderson and the Hughes family. We know today is going to be a very difficult one.
33.
It's also the reason why John is sporting the colours of Celtic, which I'm sure will give him a great deal of inspiration today for his beloved Glasgow team.
140. Now you require 107.
He's going to go the treble 20 route for this one. I'm surprised because he loves tops.
99. John, you require 99.
Hendo's had a bit of a nightmare on tops so far this week. And I'm surprised that he didn't get a shot at
43.
2 of them, at least,
Now you
in
require
that 99
8.
combination.
Four.
Doesn't quite get there on the double 4.
John, you
Hendo
require
will eventually get a look at
56.
double top, you feel.
Well, tops has been the topic of the back end of this leg, so it'd only be fitting. Henderson
Game
wins the
shot
leg
the first leg.
on double
John
tops.
Henderson.
And he's looking better today, isn't he? He's looking more in sync. I think the pace of the throw
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game
just
on.
more appealing on the eye. He's keeping the height of the dart, and with this rock that he has in the body, that is going to be something that he has to have everything in sync
68.
with, or else the likelihood is that he's just going to come over the top and it's just going to arc a little bit more. That in the air is not going to be so much of a rainbow. It's going to be more of a like an upside down U.
It's like comparing spin bowlers, because some of them get more of a pace through the air, whereas if you look like, say, a Mushtaq Ahmed, for instance, for Pakistan, he used to get a lot of loop with the ball and allow the ball to spin through the air, whereas some other bowlers like Phil Tufnell, for instance, he used to deliver the ball with less loop and a bit more pace.
59.
So the timing of the release for Hendo is, I mean, it's important for every player, but it's probably more important for John because of that rocking style.
140.
Can you imagine John Henderson playing cricket?
140. No, you're requiring 121.
To be honest, I'm not really a cricket fan. It's one of those sports that I think, like, I wouldn't be disappointed
96.
to see, like,
John, you
not
require
playing no more.
97.
That's harsh. If there are any cricket fans out there, I apologise on behalf of Matthew Edgar. Double 12.
Game
Hendo.
shot on the second leg.
Old darts,
John
new
Henderson.
darts. Doesn't matter when you're hitting shots like that. But it seems to us like the old darts work a little bit better than the new ones.
Game on.
Results don't lie.
I like the way you even had to put my name in there, so just to fully chuck me under the bus.
95.
That's the thing. Every sport is not for every person. Even if you're a sports fan, it doesn't mean because you like darts that you have to like something else. You have to like football or basketball or anything like that. John, in fact, is a big
30.
football fan. He is a bit of a closet supporter of the Chicago Bears in the NFL. A lot of people might not know that about him. But knowing Niall Culleton,
125.
He's from Kilkenny. Surely he's a fan of the old hurling, because Kilkenny are a magnificent team at the old hurl.
100.
There's a sport they play in Ireland as well, isn't they? Where they've got like that goal that looks a bit like a football goal and a rugby post at the same time.
60.
Gaelic football. Brilliant to watch. It's a bit like Australian rules football. Same kind of setup. Different pitch. I love Irish
81.
sports. Hurling and Gaelic football are fantastic to watch. And they're definitely close to the top of my list to see live. But the passion that they have for that, if
100.
they could transpose that into the love for the game of darts, because they have got a lot of good superstars in this game. Can you imagine? You know what it's like playing in Ireland. It's a lot of fun.
100. Now we have 121.
Once again, further confirmation that Paul Nicholson is a one-man quiz team.
Oh, he's got another shot at a 1-2-1, but this time he's not going to go for it.
81.
Hendo looks on from outside a zone where he can finish.
Yeah, good thinking there from Niall, not chasing down the ball because that can get messy.
130.
You start needing to
Now you require
pick bits
40.
up. You might as well just leave your favourite. Been trying to leave it all week.
20.
But he's not getting the success on the doubles
Now
today.
you require 60.
Managed to turn around a 3-0 deficit to Denny Smith. He might need to do it again.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, it's the only option left if he wants to win 2 out of 2. Hendo with a 3-0 lead. Is he making a late charge here, Hendo?
Fourth leg, it's John to throw first.
He is a fair way behind.
Game on.
The best he can do today is get to 18 points. We've already predicted, Matt, that 18 points is not going to win this group. If it is going to be good enough, he's going to need to do more of that. Lee Budgen's going to have to fall off a cliff. Not literally.
96.
And all of the results are going to have to go John's way.
Well, Lee Budgen's next 2 games are against the 2 players who's achieved the most in darts out of this group.
140.
First of all, he's got to go against Richard North, where he's got to give Richard North the darts. Then he's taking on John Henderson. Maybe
96.
this isn't as over as we thought it was at the end of game number 3. John Henderson certainly going to have his say.
What a performance this is from John
127.
in leg number 4. His best average of the week was a 4-3 win against Niall Culleton, 95.24. This is looking better than that.
85.
If he clicks this 54 and 2, he'll be very close to 100.
34.
2 match darts missed, but he will come back. After all of that resilient work that Niall put in his previous game,
John required 20.
it could be futile. And he might have Hendo on his tail in the table.
No score.
That's now 5 match darts missed.
Now you
But
require
this time
84.
Cullerton is on a finish. Double 12.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
punishes
fourth
Hendo.
leg.
You
Niall
just don't
Culleton.
know how valuable that leg could be at the end of the day. But now he has to recoup
Niall
and go
to throw
all the way back to
first.
5-1 to try and do all the yard work to get another match shot.
You say how big that could be at the end of the day. It could be big at the end of this game because comebacks have to
123.
start somewhere. And we see that Niall Culleton has certainly got that in the locker. He turned round a 3-0 deficit to Danny Smith. Really raised his game at the back end of that one and won that one 4-3.
100.
Could do it again here. It's got to start somewhere and the process has begun.
Let's not forget that John was on 54 after 9 in that
45.
leg. 2 darts missed at tops, then 3 at 10s.
78.
These are the experiences you don't want to go through. You're on that 54, you think to yourself, just get it done, walk off the stage. But now you're thinking, hold
100.
on, didn't he win from 3-0 down the last time? I don't want him to do it again. And people don't tend to do that 2 games in a row. But the mindset for Cullerton right now It's so fresh in his mind that he's already done it
92.
today that he will fancy it again.
Yeah, it becomes a challenge that you actually enjoy and embrace rather than one that you think, this can't happen or this is
95.
not going to happen. It becomes one that you've got positive vibes and experience on, and it's like when you win a title, you just believe you're going to win everything after that.
57. Now we record 138.
So I'm told.
Great first start. Now, why, oh, why?
79.
Or why? I'm going to give that another oh, why would you do that? I don't agree with that play in the slightest. Now, I know that Hendo's going to leave tops here, but
134.
Cullerton has cost himself
required
at least
59.
one dart at a double by going for the double in the previous combination. Is it going to cost him? Yes, it is.
19.
And Hendo gets more match darts.
John, you require 40.
Can he make Cullerton pay for his mistake? He can, with his 8th match start. And overall, you've got to say that Hendo did deserve that victory. At times, he was excellent. His average dips just under 90 in the end. But overall, that was a fabulous performance from John. And Cullerton is wounded by that one because he does not get himself to 14 points in the table. He has to stay at 12. And he's joined on 12 points by Hendo, who finally gets his leg difference in the plus column now. As for the others in the chasing pack, Reece Colley and Danny Smith are towards the foot of the table. And if they lose their next game, they're going to be out of the running. So tune in for that game, which comes after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Available 6 days a week, every week. This is the MODUS Super Series. We are into week 12 of Series 2, and we have just seen a 4-1 success for John Henderson up against Niall Culleton. Well, all of the 12 players on show here want to be the 12th and final name to enter the Champions League Roll of Honour for Series 2. But let's have a look at how the previous 11 players got there. It began at the end of October, Jim McEwen becoming the first player to qualify for Champions League, getting the better of Scott Walton in a highly entertaining final. The second weekly spoils are Alexander Merckx. He got the better of Robert Rickwood in his final, the debutant going all the way to Champions Week. In the battle of two experienced campaigners in this competition, it was Justin Smith who won week 3, getting the better of Martin Wolfie Adams to claim the title. A great show of respect there between the pair. And in week 4, it was Colin Osborne who tasted success, getting the better of now PDC tour card holder Aaron Monk by 4 legs to 1 in a thrilling finale. Week 5 was JK's Jamie Kelling getting into the winners' enclosure, getting the better of debutant Richie Parkin in the final. 4-2 is seemingly a common theme to our final scoreline so far. As for Graham Usher, he got the better of James Richardson by 4 legs to 1, the gambler winning his tour card at Q School last month. Week 7 was the turn of Raymond Smith. The impressive Australian got the better of Peter Jakes by 4 legs to 1 in the final and played some scintillating stuff throughout the course of the week. Well, our final winner in 2022 was Adam Warner. He got the better of Alex Small in a highly emotionally charged final. Look at the outpour of emotion from the ADC qualifier. Week 9 was the first week of 2023, and it was another ADC qualifier who won in a last leg decider. Adam Mould getting the better of Ian Moss. Week 10, it was Matt Clark who got the better of Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 0 in the final, pinning this 56 checkout to get the better of the artist. And then last week, it was Johnny Haynes who got the better of the reigning Lakeside champion Neil Duff in the final by 4 legs to 1. Haynes inducting his name into the Champions League Roll of Honour. And so, who is going to be the 12th name in there? We are going to find out over the next few days. Next up for us, it's Danny Smith up against Reece Colley. And in the commentary box to describe all the action, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks again, Henry. A lovely recap of what's happened in Super Series 2 right there. You can make your own mind up as to what the biggest story has been, but chatting off the air, myself and Matthew Edgar do possibly believe that the Adam Warner story takes the biggest headline, not just because he was an ADC qualifier and the fact that he's still at university, but the fact that at the end of that game, he lost one of his darts and we still don't know where it is.
I was going to say, when you mentioned the Adam Warner story, which one? The fact that he's come from university darts.
Okay,
the fact
first
that
thing, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Only really been playing competitively for 12 months. The fact he lost one of his darts, had to go buy a set of darts and for 20 quid from the shop that he then went and won a tour card with.
59.
It's such a great story and so inspiring to anyone who sits there and thinks I can do it. Adam Warner did that. He sat there and watched the World Championships.
42.
He watched Bradley Brooks and William Borland and the 9-dart leg, and he went, I can do this. And he went and did it. And it's just a sign that if you do sit there and believe that you can do this, you can.
180!
Get yourself down to your local ADC tournaments and you can start the process that Adam Warner
96.
did. Winning tournaments there, get your invite to the Super Series.
You get the feeling that maybe somebody's woken up.
95.
After a suspect start again. Reece Colley was someone who spoke to me very briefly after yesterday's session and said that this is a really, really tough process.
167.
Playing all of these matches, but he still looked like he had plenty of energy to me. I'm like you,
57.
Matt. I get the feeling that maybe he's not an early riser. And even in the first 12 darts of this match, he looks more sprightly than he did earlier.
60.
He's already got his
We shall
first
require
maximum.
110.
Can find yourself getting into these horrible modes as well. Like, you tend to find that you're awake and it gets to like 10, 11 o'clock and you're
70.
still awake, gets to 12 o'clock, you start getting frustrated with yourself. You think, I've got to be up in like 6, 7 hours, I don't want to be tired. And you almost fight yourself to try and sleep, which makes it even worse. And
58. We shall
you can
require
vouch for that
40.
in these groups. It gets a little bit tricky at times trying to manage it, which is where the dart lag came into possibility between the switch between this
Game
group
shown
and
the
Group B.
first
But I
leg.
think Reece will
Reece
benefit
Colley.
from that, as we can see, getting stronger as the games go on.
Second against Danny to throw first.
He could have a really
Game
interesting chasing pack if it's Reece Colley to win this match. He could get to 12 with Cullerton and Henderson
100.
having played the same amount of games. Richard North would have a game in hand, which comes next against Lee Budgen, and make no mistake,
81.
everyone in the group would like Richard North to do them a favour just to keep Budgen from getting to 18 points. That would make round 3 and 4 just a lot more interesting, because
140.
you do get the feeling that if Budgen wins the next game, he's very close to qualification already.
And I get the impression that with this group of players we've got, that they're going to
95.
probably be a bit too nice and not get on Budgen's back. I've been in these rooms, and I can tell you, when you're sat top of the table, some of the rooms I've been in there with,
55.
they want to tell you how they want you to mess up, and they try getting in your head a little bit beforehand. I don't think we're going to get any of that with this group. I think it's literally just going to be all the best mate, and that'll be
100.
it as they're leaving the room. But there are characters in the game that will go the opposite.
If I remember rightly, when you were in a group and you just missed out,
140.
you were in a room with Matthew Dennant. I can't imagine him being like that. Do you want to name the characters, or do you want to leave it as a mystery for our audience?
85. Danny requires 66.
There's a few. There is a few.
This is not a mystery because it's double 9.
Game shown the second
Fabulously
leg.
found by Smith
Danny
in 15
Smith.
darts, who played some very good darts at the beginning of the day. Unfortunately, he was a little bit wound up
Filling it's
himself
Reece to throw
by
first.
losing from 3-0 up against Cullie.
Mentioned one guy a few times, and I absolutely love him for it. Sometimes someone will say something to you,
45.
and you're like, ugh. But when Robert Rickwood does it, he does it in such a way that you will almost appreciate him. Doing, like,
93.
you'll be going out to play a game that he'll want you to lose for the table, and he'll shake your hand as you're leaving the room, and he'll be like, have a good one, but I hope you lose. So he wants you to play well, just not win. And he does it in such a way that you
140.
actually appreciate it, and it's just so brash, and it's done in such a non-malice way, but he means it, but without the malice.
57.
It's such an art. It's a fine art what he's managed to achieve with that.
A nice little bit of Lancastrian humour. Well, this is a battle of the West Midlands against Hampshire.
97.
Collie getting the better of things here in leg 3. There's a nice pace about this game.
57.
Smith at the foot of the table as it stands on 8 points. 2 points adrift of Collie and of North, who has that game in hand coming next.
137.
I do sense that maybe if Smith was to lose to Collie here, then Group C is going to be calling him.
57.
We'll let you know as
We
we
shall
know
require 82.
who is eliminated from the possibility of winning the group and who's eliminated from the
Game
possibility
shown the third leg.
of getting into Group B. But
Reece
that
Colley.
82 checkout from Reece Colley shows what he's all about. 82 checkouts do not come better than that.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
He's just got a little bit of extra confidence about it when you take an 82 checkout with bullseye and 32, isn't it?
60.
We talk a lot about 1-3-2 with 2 bulls and double 16, but doing 82 in 2 that way just makes you feel that you're playing well right now.
100.
And it looks so nice on the eye as well, doesn't it? It's such an attractive finish. And it is the right way to go.
60.
You know, if you do go for the 14s first to try and leave the tops, you hit the single, you're probably going to end up on the bull anyway, where the 25 or the bull should give you a last start at the double. Especially if you
57.
like tops.
One thing that is super rare, apart from 9 darters here at the MODUS Super
43.
Series, I do believe we've only had the one in this venue so far from Conor Heenahan. That was fabulously called in by Henry.
125.
But one of my favourite things, which you know I like, Matt, the 350 and 6, the maximum 6-dart conversion. We've had 2 of them. One in Southampton from Andy
30.
Jenkins. And one this year from Jim, well, not this year, it was last year, Jim McEwen. I brought that up because Reece Colley was on 344 in his previous number.
140.
And that's one of the biggest 6-star conversions you can get. 180 and a 164 on the back of it.
98. Which requires 79.
He has the luxury of going for treble 13 there. Not the usual play if your opponent is on a finish. But 18 leaves 61. He'll be okay with that,
39.
leaving himself sitting on tops. All will be well as long as he converts it.
96. Which require 40.
The 3-1.
Game
And
shot
that's a
the
break of
fourth
throw.
leg.
So he
Reece
will now
Colley.
serve for the match. And Danny is looking like someone who's been given a conundrum and he doesn't know what the letters are.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
So much better from Reece, this, isn't it? It's just the darts are going in at a consistent
140.
angle now rather than being sporadic. He's got the line of the darts. And when we say about players never really finding that positivity,
140.
he is to wrap this one up in this leg. He's probably going to come off and go, why couldn't I have done that in the first game and kept myself really in the run-in here to try and win this group?
54.
You mentioned in our previous game that dart players are never happy. Just to give you an indication of that, I remember during the pandemic we had something called the
58.
Summer Series in the PDC. And that series yielded a first PDC title for Ryan Joyce of Newcastle. And when he was interviewed at the end of the game,
140.
he said, I really feel like I've got to get a second title to legitimise this one. He'd only just won it 5 minutes previous.
60. Reach record 167.
Reece Colley, I don't think, is thinking that way. He is fully focused on just getting his first win of the day and staying in the hunt.
60.
I know we say this a lot, but the biggest game
59.
of this group
Reach
is about to
record
happen
107.
potentially after these 3 darts are thrown, even though Reece has got 6 from here, minimum. Double 18
71.
wasn't in, but like Matthew Edgar just said, the way he's throwing, that dart was very well thrown and gave himself a chance of taking the match right there.
140.
We'll get more
Which
opportunities.
require 36.
3 more at the 36. The double he decided to leave in this situation.
That's 3 match darts
28.
missed.
Then he required 44.
This is very similar to what we saw from Henderson and Cullerton in the previous match. Match darts missed, and somebody steals,
12.
but Danny hasn't brought his swag bag.
Reach require 8.
He goes for the next door neighbour of double 18 this time.
Game
this time, he
shot
knocks on the right door.
match. Reece
4-1
Colley.
victory, and finally he gets to 12 points alongside Cullerton and Henderson. And winning by 3 legs has not done his leg difference any harm whatsoever, but there is still a lot more work to do. But you can see via the average and the checkout percentages and the amount of chances that he got in that match, he was firmly the better player. And you would expect from this juncture that Danny Smith will be eliminated from Group A and then graduating into Group C over the next couple of days. The biggest game of the group so far will be Richard North against Lee Budgen. It's coming up right after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where as frustrated as Reece Colley will be to his starts to the day, he'll be happy with the way he's followed up. A 4-1 success there against Danny Smith, an average just underneath 90 for him. So his opportunity to get himself into Saturday night session is still, into Thursday and Friday night session is still very much on. He now finds himself third in the group. Well, next up for us, this really is a crucial tungsten tussle as Lee Budgen takes on Richard North. And to dot the I's, cross the T's and tell us about all the scenarios as well as describe all the fine hours to come, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. I'm not sure how many people cross T's and dot I's anymore because everything seems to be done on screens, but I'm a bit old school. I'm still collating all of the numbers and the leg differences with a pen and paper here. And I might be putting a big tick next to Lee Budgen's name if he gets a big win here in a similar vein to what he found against Reece Colley in Game 3, because he's not far from qualification. If he wins 2 more matches, he's going to be there, but a win here will put everybody on the back foot in the chasing pack. And that includes Richard North.
Okay, first leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
He must use the darts in this match to their full effect. And I hate to put more
60.
pressure on you, Richard. But if you are going to stand a chance, you not only have to win this match, you're going to have to win it by a distance. You need to get your leg difference up from +4, and you need to bring
34.
Budgen's down from +14 for yourself and for the others who are 2 points ahead of you. Messrs Henderson, Cullerton and Collie now.
140.
And you just feel like the Richard North fan club has got some new members. Reece Colley, Danny Smith, Niall Culleton, John Henderson.
137.
used to be a running joke on the tour. Who would win in a talking contest between Alex Roy and Richard North? Who would quit first?
24.
I think it's got you perplexed.
I've been in the company of both, and that's a tough one to call.
You know something?
100.
We've both been on tour when Richard's been there, and I know he's very chatty, but all of it's in a nice, positive way, isn't it? He's always talking about good stuff. And it was always the same with Alex.
100.
I never had a cross word with Alex because everything he was talking about was a positive thing. He was never negative.
That's because most of the time he was talking about himself.
60.
We mentioned a little bit over the last couple of days that Richard's a bit of a movie fan. And we have heard from
99.
his Super League
170.
teammate today in Scott Walters, who has told us that he's apparently wearing his Super League shirt today.
Yeah, so when we was bigging him up
30.
for the
Which
yellow
requires
and the approach,
78.
no, it's just he's probably got Super League darts tonight, and it saves him going home and getting changed if he plays in it all day.
Game
Well, if he
shot
plays
the
like
first
that,
leg.
he might win
Richard
tonight,
North.
but tonight is later. It's all about now. Great check out of 78 there from Richard.
So going to get lead to throw first.
Like a lot of players in this group, he does prefer to leave tops. But you can't really avoid double top on some of these shots. When you miss that treble 18
60.
segment, you're forced to go for 20 and tops. Only other avenue really is 10 and bull, but nobody's going to do that.
You asked me yesterday, what do you think Richard North does on a
120.
day off? And I made the prediction. I says, I think he gets up in the morning, he wears his pajamas all day, he'll watch a couple of movies and just sit on the sofa all day. He actually told me I was wrong.
139.
He doesn't wear pajamas. He wears a dressing gown and his pants. The rest of it was all bang on. The rest of it was spot on.
60.
At this point, I'd like to apologise to our viewership for the mental image that you now have of Richard North in his dressing gown. I too am slightly horrified.
98.
Ironically, he told me as well, he says, and when he's watching that movie, he gets really frustrated if anyone talks. No one's allowed to talk while he's watching the movie.
That's the epitome of irony.
100.
That's so ironic. I'm amazed that Alanis Morissette didn't talk about it in one of her songs.
134.
If you're looking for a 140 plus here to worry Lee's position, that's not going to happen.
57.
He sensibly went 17s with the last start to make
70.
sure he got some sort of finish anyway. Double eights. Back to the northeast corner.
62. Richard, you require
I wonder how Lee
164.
Budgen's feeling right now as everybody looks up at him in the table. This may be the kind of pressure that he hasn't felt
45. Lee
since he
require
was in a
8.
final on the Challenge Tour almost 5 years ago. Double two.
Game shot on the second
A
leg.
very, very
Lee
good double
Budgen.
two it is as well to draw level at 1-1. And the closer this match is, regardless of the result,
Delegates
the
Richard
better
to
it is
throw
for Budgen.
first.
Because Matt and I believe that a win in this game for Budgen by
60.
any margin, well, he's probably about 90 to 95% there because the leg difference is so healthy.
And being a close game will actually help him because it will keep him switched on the whole time.
180.
The worst thing to happen is you end up with a big lead and you can see the finish line, you know everything that's on the line. I can relate back to a game I
81.
played where I played Josh Payne in the final of a World Championship qualifier. The winner went through, the loser got nothing. And I opened up, I think it was first to 7, I went 6-1 up. And at that point of being 6-1 up, it's yours.
97.
You shouldn't lose from that position. You've now got something to lose, but something to lose you've never had until you've won it. And that last leg getting over the
83.
line, that's when you start getting a bit nervous, when you feel like, well, if that game was close and it went 5-5, 6-6, you're probably just completely in the mode of the game that it doesn't really matter, and you don't have that time to start thinking of what you're about to achieve.
125.
And Budgen leaves 99. checkout he's already taken this week, but that reminds me of something that Joe Cullen told me once.
100. Lee require
When he beat
99.
Daryl Gurney to win his first PDC Pro Tour title, he said he learned more about himself in the last leg of that match than at any point in his career.
67.
Budgen does not double down on 99 checkouts for the week. But fortunately for him, on Richard's throw, he will return.
57. Lee requires 32.
What is Lee learning about himself right now? Another double 8.
Game's
Well,
on the
I
third.
promise you that
Lee
wasn't on
Budgen.
purpose, but when it happens, you're very, very happy. Not that he will tell you. He is not the kind of player that is going to wear his emotions on his
Well, I think
face
it's Lee to
when
throw
he's playing on the
first. Game
stage.
You ask what Lee Budgen's learning about himself, and it'd be interesting to know what he thinks he's learning about himself. Because if I was him, I think what I'd have learned about myself
100.
right now is that you are to be trusted in the pressure situation.
Sounds like the kind of thing that you want to say to a teammate
41.
in a Super League environment, or indeed any sort of team sport.
140.
It's actually quite nice to be a neutral today. Last night was a bit nerve-wracking watching Newcastle United against Southampton. But I assure you, everybody, we don't have any
140.
darts assistant referee here. So it's all in the hands of Owen Binks. He's not going to be second-guessed.
$78.
It still looks very solid, doesn't it, from Budgen, who's averaging around 92 at this juncture. And it seems like most of the players in this group
60.
don't have the answer to what he's doing at the minute. It's like a continuation of Tuesday, and he's reveling in the fact
58.
that he's not lost a match since match 5 of Monday. Confidence breeding confidence. It must make him feel really
45.
good
Lee require
about the fact that he might be getting the
125.
next 2 days off.
And to win a Group A as well, and not just win a Group A, but to win a Group A that's as littered with talent as this one. This is a good, strong Group A that has
47.
been backed up with the stats and the averages that the players are producing. We talked about John Henderson being the headline act. Lee Budgen could be stealing that accolade.
140.
They're both on 2
Lee require
darters, but Budgen's
78.
there first. That's a very safe single 18. And it is 1 dart at tops for a 2-leg advantage.
38.
You saw that wire move.
Richard requires 75.
Single 18 and tops for Northey.
35.
And he bends the wire in the same vein as
Lee
Budgen.
require 40.
Everything is going Lee's way,
Game's on
including
the
this
fourth leg.
result.
Lee Budgen.
A somewhat ironic smile from Richard, who's averaging 78 in this game. And maybe the pressure
Richard to throw first.
of
Game
wanting
on.
to win this game for himself and maybe for others is starting to tell. It's interesting to me as well. Yesterday, there was
37.
somebody, I forget who it was, told me that Richard was using a certain set of darts. And then this morning, I actually hear from the player whose darts they are, asking,
80.
are they the darts that I actually have my name on? And yes, Suzanne Smith, they are the darts that are yours.
139.
If you don't know who Suzanne Smith is, she's one of the finest lady players in the world. Played at Lakeside last year.
60.
Well, those darts of Suzanne Smith's in the hands of Richard North. Starting to get him back into this one.
100.
Is this going to be the situation I spoke about where when you've got something you're that close and he'll know his situation? Or
140.
is it the opposite side of that where I said one thing Lee Budgen can learn about himself this week is that he can learn to trust himself under pressure.
170.
It's our first 170 of the week. It's not a finish, but it's a wonderful approach. Our biggest finish of the week will have to settle for a 167,
81.
which is arguably
Which
harder.
you require
In
55.
fact, I don't even think it's arguably, it is harder. Double top.
35.
Didn't really scare it with
You
either
require
shot.
140.
If this goes, it will equalise Budgen's biggest finish of the week. Very, very close.
100. Richard, you require 20.
Every time Richard takes a double,
Game shot on the
it's going to
fifth leg.
pressurise Lee
Richard
Budgen. It's going to
North.
make him feel like something's slipping away. And when you get into that situation, you start looking at the finer details where he'll now go, right, I've got to throw in this
See if
leg.
gets lead to
I've
throw
got to
first.
win this one.
Game on.
We talked a little bit yesterday about the process of North as well, about taking that little sip of water
32.
before a leg begins and before pressure shots. Were you a big water sipper on stage? Did you take in a lot of H2O, or were you more that kind of person who would have that beforehand?
121.
If I was advising someone based on the science of it, I would say absolutely you should be doing
45.
that all the time. You should be drinking the water. However, I never once touched my water whenever I'd pour myself one or pour myself a glass. I never drank
80.
out of it.
That's really interesting. I used to go through quite a lot of it. I was very happy with the comfort breaks that we used to get for certain networks.
Well, look at, is it Rob Cross? I've never seen anyone
90.
drink as much water as he does. He drank a whole bottle once when he did an interview. It was with Dan Dawson after he won a Pro Tour event. He drank a whole bottle of water just chatting.
60.
He's another loquacious one, isn't he? Beautifully done. Look how tight they are together in that 60 bed. He's got himself 2 maximums in this game, 2 maximums in his previous game, and
97.
14 more throughout the course of the week. That's a really steady amount of maximums per game for him.
Trust himself under pressure is what I said. 32, 45, 90.
42.
Lost the line
Richard, you
all the
require
way across
143.
on those last shots. Then hits the 180. That will just further that point. Should further encourage Lee Budgen. The Northies handing even more encouragement.
71.
Fantastic last start there. Took the smallest target on the board. Give himself hope.
All he can do is hope, because it's a match shot, which
72.
is missed.
Richard requires 72.
It was a match shot, potentially a title shot as well there for Lee Budgen.
48.
The game can't be saved. Richard thinks
They
the game is
require
up.
40.
I think he might be right. And he was
Game
right.
shot of the match.
North does
Lee
not do
Budgen.
himself or any of the other players a favour. Budgen does himself a favour, and we believe that he is 1 win away from getting his place into Saturday night. But he's smiling. He's got every right to smile. He might even be safe right now. We're going to get our abacuses out, if that is indeed the plural for abacus. And we're going to figure out just how safe he possibly is. And when we come back, Matt will be on the balcony with Henry to chew the fat. Take a break now, have a cuppa, and when we return, it will be round 3, starting with Niall Culleton and Reece Colley.
huge victory that could be there for Lee Budgen, getting the better of Richard North by 4 legs to 2 in our previous encounter. Such a significant result. Matthew Edgar has come and joined us up here on the balcony to assess everything that we've seen so far. And really what we have seen so far is Lee Budgen just take advantage of that position he was in overnight, and he's oh so close now.
He's virtually stamped it now. Not mathematically. As soon as I've come up here, got the pen and paper out, been working it out, we've been looking through it, I make out that he needs to take 2 legs off of John Henderson. If Lee Budgen wins 2 legs against John Henderson, he will be mathematically through, for my estimation. Now, I have got things wrong before. It has happened, believe it or not. So don't take my word fully on that. But 2 legs for Budgen should be enough. And the way he's playing today and the way he's been playing for the last couple of days, you've got to fancy him to get over the line and get that test done.
When you look at the stats there against Richard North, that's just baseline Lee Budgen, isn't it?
And it's more than enough. When we said at the start of the week what's going to be needed to win this sort of group, I said it's going to be that sort of high 80s, just maybe touching the 90 at times. Lee Budgen has been the exact sort of stats and the exact sort of numbers that would be expected of someone who's going to win this group.
Well, we've spoken about the table. Let's have a quick look at it now then, as we finish the 12th round of fixtures of 15 in this group. As you can see, Lee Budgen with a 6-point buffer with just 6 points left to play for. 3 players on 12, North on 10, Smith on 8. So is the battle now about second position in this group?
Second and third, because both those players will go through into Group B. Obviously, that is a massive advantage for those. And we've got 3 players all on the same points with 3 games left to go, and Richard North not far behind. You can't even count Danny Smith out of that running either in terms of the points, because he can still reach up to 14 as well. So quite a bit to play for there. But when I look at that graphic, there's something that really catches my eye, and that is that number 1 position, again, with those 3 letters just at the side of it, that ADC. The ADC representation, again, at the top of the table, which is just confirming that ranking system of the ADC, how good and how strong that is, and how well deeply rooted that is when you put all these tournaments together, that the players at the top of that are coming here and getting so much success.
3 words: strength in depth.
Absolutely. And this ADC system starts in your locals. They've got these local systems now, got the vault system as well. They've got all these sort of localized, and then they've got the national and their regional events. And it's a system that whatever the way in which they're working this ranking, it must be working, because they're coming here and getting so much success. Adam Warner, Adam Mould, now Lee Budgen. I think there's a lot of interesting characters to come through this ADC over the next couple of weeks.
Do you think there's going to be a little bit of carnage between now and the end of the session?
I think it's going to get interesting, but obviously, for starters, all eyes on Lee Budgen. Can he get those couple of legs? And then let's look at Group B and C.
Shall we watch some more darts?
I think we should. I think people are fed up of hearing me already.
Well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to hear more of you, because you're going to make your way down to the commentary box, where he's going to join Paul Nicholson for match 7 of our day.
Thanks, Henry. I'm not sick of Matt Edgar yet. I don't think anybody is. Give yourself a bit of credit, Matt. We're not sick of seeing these guys either. NC, as he's got on the back of his shirt, Niall Culleton up against RC. These guys are firmly in the race for the top 3 of this table, but as far as the top spot itself, it's firmly in the hands of Budgen. If he wins one of his next couple of matches, he's going to be very safe. And like Matt said, it could well just be
Okay, first
an amount of legs that he needs, not an amount of points.
Game on.
Our estimation that 20 points would be enough to win this group is looking pretty fruitful.
60.
But the ever-changing Niall Culleton decides to go with the golden-coloured barrels on this occasion, up against Reece Colley, who played pretty well against Danny Smith in match number 5. Registered his best winning average of the day of 89.81. And a good response after averaging low 70s in his first game of the day, where he lost to the number 1 spot holder by 4 legs to 0. But he's showing once again that as the day goes on, he will get more comfortable as the games progress. He started the day with no maximums in his first game. He got one in his previous one, and he doesn't have to wait long to get his first here against Niall.
134.
As for Cullerton, he found a victory from 3-0 down in the very first game of the day.
140.
But John Henderson was too strong for him
142.
in game 4, losing out 4 legs to 1.
65. 102.
Lovely set up there from Reece.
101.
Forcing Cullerton to take this out. He might just do that.
81.
But not this time.
Reece, you require 40.
Now, Reece indeed does have 40 left. At 25, as part of the previous combination, did allow him to leave double top with 3 darts in hand when given the chance. Can that chance be taken?
Game shot.
Very well taken, in fact.
Reece Colley.
Break of throw in the very first leg of the contest for Chaos. Sometimes Matt, who joins me now.
Second against Reece to throw first.
You've got to look at a nickname and like the sound of it, but I don't know Reece all that well. I've spoken to him a couple of times. I think he's a very
140.
nice young man. Doesn't strike me as that chaotic.
I mean, the shirt is a bit chaotic in terms of
180.
the colours. But I've mentioned this before. I think he's missing the trick without being
60.
called the flower. And green shirt, white collars, white shoulders. I think there's a lot of length
80.
in that nickname.
But then again, you do like a little hint of the ridiculous.
85.
Oh, I like more than a little hint of the ridiculous. I'm more than sold on that. I openly admitted yesterday to being a big fan of nonsense.
60.
I will say one thing, that shirt is a little bit chaotic. It almost reminds me of a
60.
rather blood-ridden sunset. I know that sounds a bit morbid. Maybe I've just seen too many
123.
horror movies.
156.
Reece is hoping for something wonderful here, but he's not going to get it.
59.
Already today we've
No,
seen
you
people
require 58.
sitting on this number, whether it's with 3 darts or 2.
Game shot.
Niall
the
takes it
second
in
leg.
2 to equalise
Niall
at 1-all,
Culleton.
and that break did not last long for Reece Colley.
To be fair, it sounded like you was watching a horror movie
They'll
last
get
night when you
Niall
was
to
watching
throw
the football.
first.
The amount of screaming that I heard. You've never seen a man go from placid, sat down, just enjoying a conversation to full-on football hooligan
85.
in a matter of minutes.
I'm not going to lie, he's absolutely right. It was a particularly nerve-shredding game. I'm just very glad that I had Charlie Costerfien and a certain Henry Deacon to my left and right, making sure that I
100.
stayed rather calm.
They didn't do a very good job at it.
Well, I'm quite happy this morning, as are a lot of the people in Portsmouth, because I think
97.
they were closet Newcastle fans yesterday as well, for obvious reasons.
100.
The fan base for darts is very different to football, isn't it? It's not as tribal, you would say. Everybody's got their favourites, but
140.
you wouldn't say that everybody's got just one favourite. They will thoroughly support, 5, 6, 7 players.
140.
It's one of the things I've enjoyed about the university dart scene. Because
140.
that is a completely different environment and atmosphere.
Ooh, it's a miss on the single 16. I'm sure he did this yesterday.
Game shot in the third leg.
Well, the last time he did it,
Niall
he didn't hit the
Culleton.
double 12, but he does this time and consolidates that break with a very nice hold in leg 3.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
And again, doing my math, Reece Colley was one of the
59.
players in with that leg possibility of catching, which I kind of thought Niall would get the leg or two he needed in this one, which does now
100.
move the attention to that next game where I I think if Budgen gets the 2 legs, he can't be caught mathematically. It'll be done on 2.
Well, one of the reasons that our
125.
viewers might be interested in how you came to that conclusion is because there are 3 games left for Lee Budgen, and you automatically think about the worst possible scenario
83.
for him. He can only lose 12 legs maximum now if he loses 4-0 3 times. That would take him
70.
to +4. If he was to win 2 legs and get to a minimum of +14 after the next match, I think you're right. I think he's very close to qualification without even getting the win.
And it's the fact that John Henderson then couldn't get the 4-0 victory that he would then need.
140.
So it would only mean he'd lose 2 legs where Henderson would only gain 2, and then he's not catchable with the 4-0 swing.
And as it stands as well, there are only 3 players who have
140,
positive leg difference.
107.
North, Henderson and Budgen. These 2 are on a minus
82.
leg difference.
Now
Funnily
you're
enough, Cullerton
78.
was on -1 after the end of day 1, even though he was top of the table.
38.
He's rather unlucky not to get tops there. I thought that was a perfect guide
Leisure
for him.
required 25.
Double 4.
Game
Nobody
shot
has
on the
been as good
foreplay.
at double 2 this
Reece
week
Colley.
as Reece Colley. I'm not keeping a record of how many times he's hit it. But boy, every time he goes down there, he seems to hit
It's
it.
Niall to throw first. Game on. $54.
And again, the closer this game is, the better it is for Budgen. But you would fancy, based on their leg difference, these 2,
59.
they'd have to be out of it.
Oh yeah, the fact they've both lost 2 legs, they are out of it. I think if Budgen gets those 2 legs against Henderson, that is it.
85.
The only way he can be caught is if Budgen loses 4-0 in pretty much all of his games, and the fact that the next one is against Henderson just makes you wonder how much he's
97.
aware of that. He's probably in the situation where he thinks he might already have got the job done, I believe.
We will turn our attention to what is possible as far as positions 2 and 3
123.
are concerned when and if Lee Budgen does get the legs that he requires.
60.
But then after that, there's the possibility that the chatter might float through to the practice room that he's qualified and the adrenaline may just
60.
disappear. And then he may become a bit more fallible than, say, he would be on Tuesday and early today.
140.
There is a screen in the players' lounge, and they'll be aware of the table when it's put up. And been in these rooms before. People will gather around the screen very
99.
quick
Reach
and
for
want to read the
145.
situation, read what's going on, see where they are, and they will know if he has got the job done.
129.
Lovely darts
we
there from
require
Reece.
80.
But the advantage of throwing first is huge right here. And Niall
Game
takes
shot
full
the
advantage
fifth
of it.
leg. Niall Culleton.
Even with that perfect approach by Reece Colley when he couldn't take the 145 out, he doesn't get another look.
Civic
Cullerton is
Reece
playing
to
a
throw
very,
first.
very tidy game here, averaging nearly 95. I would assess
80.
in most groups, whether it be a 10-game group in Group B or a 15-game group in A or C,
83.
that at this portion, around the middle, this is where they would expect to play their best stuff. They've shaken off the cobwebs of early morning darts.
180.
They've got enough reps in the tank to feel good. This is where we expect them to play their best. And they are.
85.
It's always that middle part of things, isn't it? Because I remember when you listen to the games beforehand and people would talk about, oh, this is a nervy point of the game.
41.
It'd be the middle part of the match. As a player, you don't really get that engaged with that moment where you think this is a big dart of the double in the middle part of a long match. It's the start and the end
100.
where those nervy darts are often thrown. The middle part is when the players just get into that flow and really enjoy it. And I think we've got two players here that are just enjoying the battle.
58.
And just to enforce that point, you put someone at the crease in cricket, I know it's not your sport, but when they're first at the crease, they're trying to find their way in. They're seeing how the ball is
97, reached for
behaving off the pitch.
142.
When they've got 50, 60 runs, they're very comfortable. But when they get close to a century, the nerves come back in. Hello, double 11.
Game shot.
That's magnificent from Collie.
Reece Colley.
His best finish of the week. That really does deserve a fist bump. That was beautiful.
7th and final against Niall to throw first. Game on.
Reece is blossoming as the day goes on.
85.
I'm not going to make any more flower references, by the way. That was just my
Please
one.
do, honestly. I spent a lot of time with Chris Murphy. He would have made a lot more than you.
100.
One thing I will say about the entire crop of players in this group is that their best finish of the week so far, it deserves the amount of credit I'm about to give it.
85.
The lowest is 126 as a PB this week. The best is 167. We've had a 140 from Budgen, a 136 from North,
96.
a 142 from Collie now, 157 from Cullerton, 126 from Henderson, and a 167 from Danny Smith, the best.
60.
You don't often see in a Group A people getting that level of a best finish. Just been really, really good.
140.
Aggressive. I would have switched to the 18s there, Reece. He knew that as well when he threw. He just liked how it was going, just wanted to stay in the rhythm, tried to get the max.
100.
He's fortunate that Cullerton does not get to a finish either. So the gamble, it didn't pay off with his third dart of the previous visit, but it's paid off eventually.
93.
And that third dart really does come up trumps.
So we will get a shot. He'll be expecting at least a match dart in this one.
92.
Oh, Culleton is breathing down his neck.
72.
What a super game of darts this has been. Both averaging mid-90s. An excellent tussle. And he gets a match dart at double 12. In the same vein that Cullerton hit it earlier after a double 16. He can't replicate it.
No, you're
And Cullerton could steal the victory on his own throw after it being threatened the whole time. That's a fortunate treble 3 because that gives him single to bull combination left. Bullseye.
39.
Leaves tops.
Richard required 24.
That's about as positive as I can say it right now. Collie comes back for more match darts. Double 6.
18.
Oh no.
Now we require 40.
And the battle of the players on 12 points might go the way of the Irishman if he finds double 10. He does find it, and you can see what it means to him. If he's not going to win the group, you can see how much he wants to be in the top 3. Reece Colley is not done yet. He's still got 2 more games to go. But Niall Culleton cements his position in second place in the table with that really, really good game. The averages, in fact, came down a little bit in that last leg after a few missed darts at double. But respectively to both of those players, they were both excellent, giving you a great 7-leg tie. When we come back, it will be the chance for Lee Budgen to cement his place in Saturday night. On Wednesday lunchtime, he's up against John Henderson in the sandwich match. Number 8 coming up.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a tungsten treat that was as Niall Culleton got the better of Reece Colley by 4 legs to 3 in a pulsating match here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's the sort of games you can watch every Saturday night. You could be in the crowd. Tickets are complimentary. Head over to dartshop.tv for your opportunity to be here at the Live Lounge. You could also be here this Saturday as well. 2 players that definitely want to be here on Saturday night are Lee Budgen and John Henderson. They're going toe-to-toe, and to watch their battle, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I'm very much looking forward to this one as well, Henry, because this guy came into Monday thinking people don't know a great deal about me. And after interviewing him on Monday morning,
John to throw first. Game on.
I posed a question to him. And that question was, Matt Edgar, do you think a lot more people will know who you are come Wednesday morning? It just so happened
96.
that they do. But I didn't expect him to be at the top of the table. With all due respect to him, I fancied it might be his opponent.
95.
Do you know something else really interesting about Lee Budgen?
I'm all ears.
He actually lost his first 2 matches this week. His first game, he lost to
41.
Richard North 4-1. He then lost 4-2 to John Henderson. His first victory came in his 3rd match of the week, and he never looked back after beating Reece Colley.
81.
So what you're saying to me is that he's won 8 of his last 9 matches.
Yeah, started off 2 defeats and then been on a winning run.
60.
That's 7 in a row, if you're counting. You'd still have a fair way to go to try and trouble the best win streak that we've got here at the Super Series, which is 16 by Jim McEwen.
93.
And he needed multiple weeks to do that.
Yeah, the only defeat he's had in that run was to Niall Culleton. It was a 4-3 defeat. That's when Niall Culleton went 4 from 4 in the doubles and took out a 1-5-7. So Lee Budgen on day 1 had 2 wins out of his 5 matches.
95.
winning ever since.
164.
But he's up against an undefeated Hendo today.
$60. Leave 137.
This is a good start. I don't blame him for going for 2 double tops.
77.
Well, I'm always intrigued to see what they do with dart 3 if the first one goes high, and I think he did the right thing there going for the 60. Hendo doesn't get a shot at double 12. So Budgen comes back.
56. He requires 60.
You mentioned on Monday, when results don't go well, not to panic. Lee Budgen, I think, is going to be the face of that statement in the Super Series moving forward. When we talk about Group A's and we look at players that start slow, it is not over just because you've lost a couple of games early on. There's plenty of opportunity to put this right. And if I got my maths correctly, if Lee Budgen wins this leg, he will be the winner of Group A.
I'd be very surprised if Lee knows that. I think what he's thinking right now is win this game and get to 20 points. And then he might think he's done enough. If he does do that and get to 20 points, he will be 6 points ahead of his nearest challenger, Niall Culleton. And if you consider that North and Danny Smith play next, they're not in the same bracket. Smith is back on 8 points. North is back on 10. The 2 points here, or at least that's how I would think about this game, beat John and done. And then 2 games bonus to get myself right for the challenge later in the week, to spoil the other party, which is people trying to make the top 3. You go from being the chased to the spoiler.
119.
He did tail off a little bit yesterday, didn't he?
57.
Game 4 and Game 5. Just a little bit. So maybe in his own mind right now, he's thinking, get this done quickly
60.
before the same could happen again. Even though he did win 5 out of 5 yesterday, by the end of the day, he was averaging late 70s. And he was starting to tire.
59. John, your record 144.
To keep the very, very slim chance of being able to win this group alive.
88.
So I went out.
You
This
require
88 shot
88.
is for the group. Is to book his place in Saturday night's final. And he couldn't have got any closer.
John, you require 56.
Frustration oozing out of the body.
So close.
36.
I was just about to say, yet so far,
He
but he does
required
return.
28.
He can't get any closer than that. 777.
14.
Fluffing his lines, and I hope for his sake that
John,
he
you
doesn't
require 20.
think that he's safe if he hits that double. Maybe you're starting to see someone who's getting nervous because they might know how much they've got to do to get over the line. John thought that was in for a second. Is this one?
15.
It's not.
He required 14.
5 darts now to get this
Game's on
wrapped
the
up. And on
second
the
leg.
6th one,
Lee Budgen.
that is the leg that he needs. And if my maths are correctly, Budgen, go past go,
Delegate John
collect
to
your
throw
money.
first.
You are
Game
through
on.
to Saturday night's final, which gives him the opportunity to play for the £5,000, a giant novelty check. Gives him a couple of days off.
95.
And the opportunity to qualify for next week's Champions Week, where there'll be £20,000 on the line as well. So step 1 of that process has been done now by Lee Budgen.
59.
There's so many little fringe benefits as well with winning Group A. Like having the darts at the start of your campaign on
83.
Saturday night. Watching everybody else sweat for the next couple of days. And in the case of some of these players who've played a lot recently, you get a couple of days of valuable rest.
190.
There is another school of thought as well. If he has done enough, and he knows he has, maybe the chains will come off, and he might even play better than he did before.
135.
I have never seen that before, and it goes to that attitude that we've said that dart players are never happy. He went treble 20, closed his eyes and shook his head, and then hit the 180.
44.
Because he's not happy that he's just delivered the perfect visit. It's because he hasn't done it in the shots before.
140.
I suppose it's a bit like some of those Bering Sea crab fishermen. They get 399 crab in a pot, and they'll be disappointed because they didn't get
60.
400.
John, you require 48.
Look at the glass half full instead of half empty.
Game
That's
on
pretty
the
full.
third leg. John Henderson.
And there's a very strange array of facial expressions coming from John Henderson this morning, and they're entertaining me incredibly. At the end of leg 2, it was one of,
Game on.
how on earth did you win that leg away from me? And then after that one, it was as if to say, well, I should have done that last time.
42.
I think what John is learning right now, being away from the PDC Pro Tour, is that
123.
getting back there is going to be one stiff challenge. He talked about the challenge tour being an endurance test. I think he's starting to realise that the strength and depth of the second level of the game is frightening. He's looking at a player that barely has a reputation. Someone who has won a challenge tour event, like I mentioned earlier, but who is right now ready to shoot forward himself to possibly have a very good
55.
amateur 2023.
John Henderson hasn't put himself in a bad position on that challenge tour after the first weekend. He's in 16th place in that ranking list on joint prize money with Scott Mitchell and Connor Heenan.
125.
if he can win one of those titles, and you've got to think the next one is out in Germany, so the attendance figures might be a little bit lower as people don't traditionally take on the
41.
big travel and the big journey due to the big expense that comes with that, that maybe it'll be a bit less of an endurance challenge and we could see him start to reach that top 5.
55.
Certainly if he could win one of these events, he'll probably be invited to pretty much all the Pro Tours for the rest of the year.
So there is the carrot for him. If he wants to get back on the Pro Tour, he could do it within the next few months, not next January.
17.
And he did have his best PDC success in Germany. Oh, he just looked around to his shoulder there. Maybe a slamming door or something like that. Could have been anything. But he tries to slam the door and does in leg 4.
Flag. John
Great
Henderson.
shot from Hendo, who didn't get too distracted. Just got the job done.
Fifth flag, it's John to throw.
Think about when he joined the PDC as
Game
well.
on.
His first weekend as a PDC professional, he made a semi-final in Halle in an event in Germany. And we all
60.
thought, well, Hendo's here to play. And then in 2015, he was in a final on the European Tour facing Michael van Gerwen in Munich. So obviously he likes Germany. So on that token, and what you've said, Matt, I think those cluster of Challenge Tour events could be very valuable to him.
83.
Sounds like he's, like myself, a big fan of the German breakfast. Lots of different flavours and things in there. Really kickstart your morning.
Do elaborate. I'm intrigued.
58.
I like all the garlics and the different hams and things that you have on the breakfast. And I'm guessing if Henderson's had a lot of success over there, he's probably the same. It probably perks him up in the morning, get up and butter his
134.
roll with one of them garlic butters that they put out and a bit of Parma ham.
I think John's more of a Scottish breakfast kind of guy.
97.
I didn't have you down as a continental breakfast kind of guy.
Yeah, I think the British or the full English has ran its course with me. When you're travelling so much, it tends to be what's on offer everywhere you go, and I've certainly had enough of it now, and it's just not variable enough, is it? It's just so bland.
I'm with you. I think it's got to be a treat. It's not an everyday thing. One player is on a finish and the other one is not, and unfortunately for John, he's the one who isn't.
89.
Just take the 9 off the end.
Lee require 167.
And Hendo does get a look at 80. But in a very different fashion to Northey from earlier.
99.
He will not look at 2 double
80.
tops here. He will stay traditional. I think he's glad he did.
Game
Very
on the
glad.
fifth flag.
After being
John
2-0
Henderson.
down, he's now 3-2 up. And right now, I think Budgen's thinking, I'm just glad I've got the 2 legs in the bank already.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
And like I say, I'm not fully convinced he's aware that that is pretty much job done there for Lee Budgen, but because the level of frustration he's shown within his game is that of someone who's wanting to get the job done, who probably doesn't realise he already has.
I'm pretty sure that whatever happens in this or the next leg, Richard North will tell him. What do you think has been the biggest strength of Budgen this week? Because I think we're still learning about his game overall, but what struck you as a strong measure of what he's done?
59.
The exact opposite of what this game is about, what we're seeing here, resilience. Whatever he has done, whether it's been negative, he's just brushed it off and put it in a positive reaction.
140.
If his opponent's done something against him, he's just brushed it off, whether it's been a 12 dart or whether it's been a 180, whatever it is, he's just not reacted. And he's just concentrated purely on his process.
32.
And it's all been about him. Just like the league table. It's all about Lee Budgen. And this game, he's just got sucked into it, hasn't he? And it's the total opposite of the resilience.
46.
I suppose the resilience even goes back to that, the form of the results as well. When he lost his first 2 games, Lost 3 out of 5 on the opening day, and now he's clear at top of the table and looking like he's going to get wrapped up
83.
with games to spare.
161.
I think the healthy mindset for him right now is to try and keep a hold of his unbeaten streak.
44.
That'll keep him focused. Just to remind you, he's on a 7-game winning streak.
It
was at this point yesterday where the Highlander was starting to wilt a little bit. Budgen to take us the distance.
97.
And that seemed to me like a very tired shot. It didn't pierce the air. And when it hit the sisal, it seemed very weak. Henderson with a somewhat ironic look at that 60, which was hit twice. He was just hoping that he was on a finish, but he wasn't. He is now. And he might get a look. He does get a look.
Score. John, you're required.
This is for John to stay undefeated on Wednesday. To put himself in the box seat for the top 3. Just a minor distraction at the start of this visit, but even when he was distracted earlier, he took out a 117. This time, he can't take it.
No score. Lee required 20.
He's had 3 darts at this target already. And that was kind of the distance he was missing from them before. The table topper can't close it out.
John, you're required 20.
About to face defeat.
And this is why John decided to bust the previous score, because he wants to go back for a higher double. Higher in number. Game over. Henderson will not be happy with a 22 darter, but it looks like Lee Budgen has got the job done. He should be going to Saturday night. As far as the Highlander's concerned, he's got 6 points from 6 here on Wednesday. It wasn't a classic match by any means. It started pretty well, but it tailed off towards the end. Henderson will now have 14 points alongside Niall Culleton, and there will be a scrap for the top 3 coming up in the second half of play today. Don't go too far. Danny Smith will return for his 3rd match of the day. And he's up against his old pal, Richard North.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen a seismic success for Lee Budgen against John Henderson in our previous matchup. Next game for us is the battle between the two players who occupy the bottom two spots in the table. It's Richard North up against Danny Smith. In the commentary box for us for this one, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, a very much helter-skelter week for Mr. North, you would feel, because things didn't go his way when it came to Monday. A much better Tuesday. And then it seems like he's going down the ladder a little bit more on Wednesday. You mentioned that he's in the bottom two now. If he was to get a victory here, he would vault himself
Okay,
up
first, like it's Danny to throw first.
past Reece Colley
Game on.
and further away from Danny Smith. But as it stands, Lee Budgen is at the top on 18 points. Cullerton and Henderson
26.
now occupy the second and third positions. Henderson is now in second with a much better leg difference. And he's looking pretty solid for qualifying
100.
for Thursday and Friday night, which I suppose you'd have to say, Matt Edgar, if you'd have offered him that
100.
at the start of the week, he'd probably say, yeah, that's not bad.
Oh, absolutely. I think in terms of how this is panning out at the moment and where
23.
people are moving in their groups, I think it's probably about right, and everyone who's going to be in there is probably going to be happy with how it's going. Lee Budgen will be delighted to get through to Saturday at the first time of asking. I think Henderson will probably be happy enough with Group B. I know when I first started playing in this myself, I used to think Group B was
140.
the ideal group. If you win Group A, bonus, but it was all about being in the top three. And I think Richard North, if he does go into Group C,
58.
I think he's probably his best chance there of getting through to Saturday night. And I think we do see Richard North in Saturday night, whichever way he goes in there.
It's a big call, and I'm gonna follow you on that. I
36.
think he'll make it either way. But there's another advantage to playing both Group A and Group B.
39.
You can get yourself into Saturday night with some night darts experience. That's something that Lee Budgen is not going to have come Saturday night. He won't have played starting at 10 o'clock, whereas the players from
170.
Group
Danny
B
with
will have.
157.
The exact thing I have called dart lag. Because that transition of going from early,
100.
you can't
Which you
preempt
require
being tired.
32.
You can't go, well, I'm going to be tired because of these time slots. But
Game shot on the
going
first
from the
leg.
morning to the
Richard
evening
North.
is a big, big jump. Richard North would like to be
Second leg,
in
it's
Group B.
Richard to throw first.
It will give him the bigger opportunity and the less to do, but he's got the quality to get through either one of those. And he's certainly
93.
playing with that level of quality. Not quite what we saw of it at his best when he had that tour
100.
card, but he's certainly working towards that. And he certainly looks happy with the setup. Last time I commentated on Richard North, I think he used about 4 different sets of darts.
Hey,
He seems pretty settled with the ones he's got this week, which is really good news for him. But I want to bring back to a point that you brought up at the start of the show with Henry.
100.
And it was how tightly packed this group is when it comes to head-to-head records. Because I did some stat crunching this morning, and I wanted to know
93.
how the head-to-head records for each fixture this week sat. And I was intrigued to see that 12 of the fixtures of
58.
15 were one game all. Only 3 of the fixtures from this group saw someone win both games against their opponent on Monday and Tuesday.
85.
That was Budgen and Collie, Collie, Henderson, and Budgen against Danny Smith. The rest of them were all 1-1 coming into this
60.
day. And at the start of the week, I
Richard,
thought
you reckon
maybe there was a
149.
chance that nobody had a 3-0 record going into Thursday. It's not the case, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, close enough. And I've never seen a group like that before where we've had so many head-to-head records actually split. But when we look through the table and we look from top to bottom, there's not much in it. And Well, you can see that in the fact of the amount of points Lee Budgen's probably going to win this group
133.
with. This tradition is
requires
something that
68.
wouldn't normally win the group. It's normally Group B sort of numbers.
That's a bad dart from Richard. Can he save it on the bullseye?
Game
Yes, he
on the
can.
second leg.
What a fabulous shot
Richard
there
North.
from Richard. That's the one you called a sucker punch. You think, oh, he's got the one. I'm going to get
Gonna
another
get
shot.
Danny to throw first.
And like they do on Family Fortunes.
97.
Enjoyed watching because the other day when you saw the porcupine.
Yeah, that was very, very amusing, Matt, I have to say.
60.
Words that come after pork. And someone said cupine.
125.
That's why game shows exist, you see, just to provide a bit of light entertainment. And that's what I suppose this is for a lot of our darts fans tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV, and for everybody having a little flutter this week. Remember, if you are having a flutter, it's for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly. But we're here all week,
34.
almost every week, 50 weeks a year. You don't have to wait for your darting fix. And especially tomorrow when we've got two sessions for you. We will start at 9:30 a.m. and we'll return after Group C is finished for day one with Group B action from 10 p.m. That's a very unfortunate shot, colliding with his own flight and dart to stop himself from leaving tops. He's got to come back for 100.
80. Danny require 100.
Richard North sort of felt like he stole that last leg a little bit, wasn't it? And then he's
44.
going to steal this one. He's going to need Danny Smith to miss a lot of darts at the double.
He's going to need Danny to press the snooze button.
138.
It's a little bit of an alarm call there
Danny require 56.
for the man known as Desperate Dan. Double top.
36.
Things aren't going his way so far.
Richard require 120.
He lost in his first game after being 3-0 up. He might be 3-0 down. If Northie hits this, and he does, another sucker punch. You said it, Matt. If he wins this leg, Danny's going to feel sick about that one right there. He should never have lost that leg, and he knows it.
6 fantastic darts, though, from Richard North. At that point when we mentioned Danny Smith was on 56, Richard North 258. It's a 138 and a 120 out.
We talk a lot about the big conversions, and I mentioned the 350 earlier on today. Don't underestimate the things like 258s and 241s. Converting those in 6, that's world class.
100.
I don't think there's any arguing the fact that Richard has still got world-class features about his game. It's just about finding them on a more regular basis. And at the age of 32, he's got plenty of time to do that.
And if you're not sure if he has got those world-class qualities, just spend 5 minutes in his company and he'll tell you all about it.
He'll tell you all about them because he'll definitely say he's got more than one world-class quality. Whenever he walks towards you as well, you know he's in a confident mood. He walks
99.
a bit like Billy the Kid.
Richard, you've got 167.
With a swagger that I've not seen in any other player. What a start. What a finish. What a finish. What a way to get a 4-0 victory. He equalises the best finish of the week, and it came from his opponent on Monday. What an extraordinary set of 18 darts from 258 at 2-0 up. He goes out in 6 and then takes the next leg in 12. Incredible from North, who in even 16 darters, as you can see with a 93.94 average, doesn't miss a double the whole match. And I think the practice room are just about to hear a very confident Richard North in there. So we'll let him do that. We'll let you put the kettle on. We'll take a bit of a breather and we'll be back with game number 10.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Available 6 days a week, and you can be here every Saturday night at the MODUS Super Series. Tickets are free and available at dartshot.tv. Before the break, we saw a real rally from Richard North, a 167 to round off a 4-0 success. Next up for us, it's quite a sizable clash to begin round 14 of fixtures. Will Reece Colley and John Henderson hit the heights? We are going to find out. As you can see there, the league table lead Budgen at the top of the pile on 18 points. It is Henderson and Collie up next to us. And in the commentary box, two of the big hitters in the game, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Well, that's the first time I've been called a big hitter in a while. I don't know about you, Matt. But I appreciate it, Henry. Thank you very much. Reece Colley now has one mission in this game, and that's to equalise the points total of his opponent. And if he can do so, that'll be a really interesting time of it coming in the final stages of Wednesday. Henderson is in the chairman's chair as it stands for a position
to throw first.
in Group B.
Game on.
He sits on 14 points and a leg difference of +4, but he has a couple of problems behind him. One is that Richard North has a better leg difference, albeit 2 points behind.
36.
So if he beats Niall Culleton next, and Reece Colley beats him here, we've then got 4 players on 14 points going into the final round.
I am going to put a big spanner in that works, though, and that relies on John
60.
Henderson not continuing to win. And at the moment, I'm not sure we're going to see that. John Henderson today has been much more improved at the top end. He's been much more resilient. He's not showing the same sort of signs of fatigue to the same level he has on the other days. I think he's starting to really warm to the task, and I think we're starting to get towards where we're going to see the best of him soon. And the punters agree with that as well. I looked at the odds before the start of today, and I grab a little screen grab of those so I can go back to it. John Henderson was actually 4-6 at the start of today to win this match. And as the day's gone on, and as the punters have managed to see how it's unfolding, they're getting more and more confident in John Henderson to the point they backed him in to 8-15 before the off.
That's fascinating because this week Reece has beaten John twice.
36.
I know that was yesterday and the day before, and this is a very different day, but the Highlander is a very, very astute individual. He will remember that he's lost to this young man twice. He'll want to get one back. There are scenarios where players will play each other maybe as many times as 7 in the week.
140.
That's possible if you're in Group A, the same sister group like Group B or Group C, and then the potential of playing each other twice on Saturday. Double top. And Hendo's at it again. Maybe you're right, Mr. Edgar. Maybe the punters are right, because he takes the lead with a break of throw in leg 1, and he is looking pretty assured.
Second leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
I think it's not just the positive vibes that John Henderson has given off today that has got the punters' attention. I think it's probably the erraticness of the Reece Colley game at the moment, where he's had moments of brilliance, but what we've not been able to do so far with Reece Colley is find that level performance. And when he's having these sort of averages,
70.
he's having one leg where he'll blitz it off in 12, 13 darts, and then he's losing legs in 24, which is averaging
80.
him out somewhere around the middle where he's just not winning.
Well, one of the things that really does back up your statement there, I'll just wait to see what he does here.
180.
it was worth waiting for. Thank you, Reece. He's just got his 4th maximum of the day.
137.
His 15th of the week. But the point that really backs up your statement before that 180 that he hit, he might even get another one. I'm never going to get this point out.
180.
I'm just going to put my paper down because the more I try and make this point, the more that Reece is trying to keep me quiet.
95. Reece requires 71.
He's just checking John's score to see what he's got to do here. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the treble 15. That's the risk. If you go for the big fat 15, you are going to leave yourself on the bullseye with your opponent on a finish. But right there, the gamble on the treble 15, was it worth it? Yes, it was.
I think this leg has
87.
kind of backed up the point I was making. He opened with 70, back-to-back 180s. And then it's took him 3 darts to be able to convert that into a dart at the double, which then he wraps up with the first one.
Right, can I make this point now?
I think you've got to be quick because Reece is probably going to go hit another 180.
It's Reece to throw first.
Just looking at Tuesday, we talked about his level of performance. And I cast my mind over how he started on Tuesday and how he rolled on Tuesday. And I talk about the disparity between their lowest average and their highest one. And I'm talking about 2 averages that were losing averages, admittedly.
140.
Reece's lowest average, 68.4. His highest, 101.07. So the best part of 33 points between them, which in world-class darts is effectively a dart every single throw. But that 101 average,
140.
like I said, was a losing average. And it still remains the biggest average of the week.
And that's kind of the point I like to make when we look at averages and that, because it's a very simplistic and lazy approach that most of us have taken. We'd look at it and go, well, he's averaging about 85 over those 2 matches. But the fact that one's with 68 and one's with 101 means he can't win both matches. He can only win one. So at the most, he can win 50% of those fixtures. However, if you go he's averaging 85, you go, well, he's going to be competitive in both those matches. He could win them. You're not going to beat people with 68 average.
59.
You know what's really amusing? For the week, he is actually averaging 85. At least he was before his first 2 games to date. He's
83.
92 in a 4-3 defeat to Niall Culleton. 89.81 against Danny Smith in a 4-1
93.
win in that game in Game 5. And a 4-0 loss in his first game. So he's been pretty much hovering around that mid to high 80s again. Interesting play there from Hendo. He was looking at the double.
Reece require 105.
To leave himself on tops. He didn't get there. But Reece does. Hendo walks away.
85.
And he gets the call that he wanted.
John, you require 40.
One of not game shot in the 3rd leg. But now he wants to hear that for himself. And he hears the call.
3rd leg. John Henderson.
We've just got the calculator out, which isn't quite the Super Series abacus.
John to throw first.
More advanced version. And
I bet your calculator's a bit more accurate than my abacus.
Well, it works out that Reece Colley's daily average, not including the match you're watching right now, is 84.9, which is at mid-85 average. And again, you'd say, well, he's going to be competitive in all 3 matches, but because one of his performances was right down on the 72, he rightly lost that game 4-0. So he's only been competitive in 2 matches where the running average for the week would suggest that he should be competitive in them all.
83.
But it's because of those drops off that he's sort of sacrificing points.
It is nice to see statistics that prove the point that
140.
people have a norm game, don't they? And that norm game it really has to be, if you're going to be competitive here at the Super Series, it has to be 87 plus, in my opinion.
93.
You might think that's only 2 more points, but over the course of games they play, those 2 points really do come into play. If you're on the Pro Tour, if you're not averaging,
94.
in my opinion, 92.5 for the season, you're not going to keep your card.
Yeah, and I think for Reece, it's not a case of finding points. I think it's about finding
95.
consistency. Because if he threw an 85 regularly, he'd be competitive in all his matches, where today he's only been competitive in 2 out of the 3 so far up to this point because of that range of performance rather than the
145.
consistency.
And the likelihood is it's
170.
probably not a scoring thing. It's probably hitting a few more doubles with less misses. It could well be hitting a double with the second dart as opposed to the 3rd.
Reach required
From my
41.
observation, it's the setup shot. It takes him too long. If we look at that last one as an example, he took him
Game
3
shot, the
darts to
four
turn a
flag. Reece
2-dart
Colley.
combination into a dart at the double. And he's done that a few times where on those sort of setup shots where he's on
5th leg, it's Reece to throw
a
first.
184, for example,
on.
and then he'll go and hit a 60 or a 45, and he's another setup shot. He's adding in an extra visit in that setup play. So maybe this is a case that we just need to look at the practice
95.
routines and the drills that he is doing and look at maybe some more combination finishing. You'll probably find that his finishing is either straight at doubles or low
100.
combination finishes, where maybe we need to look at sort of like the back end of the game and have that sort of phase of play as a practice.
40.
Hendo's been reeled in. 2-all. We're waiting to go
100.
into game number 11 after this, which will be Niall Culleton and Richard North, if you are marking your card for the next 20 or 30 minutes.
85.
Yeah, just to chuck a bit more sort of meat on the bone of that last point as well. When you are doing those sort of doubles practice games, it's not a phase of play, it's an
82.
isolated drill. You're isolating a part of the game, such as throwing at a double, throwing at a target on the board. When you start looking at a phase of play, as in your
100.
201s or your 170s and those sort of setup shots, what you're doing is you're taking away the scoring element of the game. Still not quite to the full level, because then what you're doing is still throwing at the treble 20. But we're looking at that board mastery, being able to shoot around, because that's where I think it's losing for Reece, when he has to come off that target and start using other setup shots. And we saw that case in point. He missed 2 numbers going down the right-hand side.
120.
Maybe he's listening to you because that setup shot wasn't too shabby. Staying on the 60 is Hendo. Double top. That's marvellous.
On the 5th leg.
He did have the option of 2
John
bullseyes with a
Henderson.
blocked 60, but that second dart was surgical. We are seeing
6th leg,
more
it's John to
in the
throw
way of
first.
world-class quality
Game
from
on.
John today than we have all week. And maybe he's just starting to feel a little bit better because he's got this undefeated streak going and he doesn't want to let it go.
80.
He'll feel like he's arrived today, won't he? He'll feel much more positive about today. He didn't look too positive at the end of yesterday. He looked a bit down, looked a bit like that tweet that we read out earlier from his Twitter account that said he was disappointed to be at Q School.
55.
Wasn't going there excited, wasn't going there looking forward to it, was disappointed to be in the room. And if you look at the career of John Henderson, you'd say rightly so. It's a room that he probably shouldn't be finding himself in.
180.
But he's looking to dig himself out of the position now and start looking forward. What better way to do that than 5 out of 5 at the Super Series?
134.
You know what they say, you're only as good as your last game. Well, he won his last game and he's winning this game.
125.
He's starting to put more in the way of 180s together. I did some collating a little bit earlier on. Hendo
140.
had the fewest 180s on Monday of any player.
116.
He had 7 more than Monday yesterday. So far today,
100.
he's only got the 2 leading into this game, but he's got 1 more here. So he's definitely better than he was on Monday.
140.
Maybe in the 180 count, not as
Johnny
good as
McCoy,
yesterday, but
16.
he doesn't care as long as he hits double 8. Double 4,
Game shot
and he's
out of the
4 from
match.
4
John Henderson.
so far today. The Highlander may not be toppled from the top 3, and he might, with one more game to go, be able to have a lie in and to get that valuable rest on Thursday. It was an excellent performance, both averaging over 92, as you can see. But the checkered percentage in that massive 120 finish in leg 5 for Hendo gave him that 4-2 win. Wonderful stuff for John. They will return in round number 5 to finish off group number A. But as far as we are concerned, we're going to stick around for Richard North and Niall Culleton, which comes in game 11 after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Next up for us, it's Niall Culleton taking on Richard North. But before the break, we saw John Henderson nail a Shanghai finish, which changed the course of his match against Reece Colley, the Highlander, running out a 4-2 victor. But enough of me talking. The players on the stage have had enough of that. Let's hand back to Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, things are looking pretty buoyant on the stage as you see a smiling Northie. I wonder if he's going to be smiling after this game. Niall Culleton really does have one thing in his sights right now, and that is to stay in the top 3
to throw first.
with
Game on.
John Henderson, who is now on 16 points and a leg difference of +6. But this maybe is the right fixture for Culleton right now. Because if Northie was to win this game, he would vault himself into the top 3 and demote Culleton out of the top half.
139.
And the reason for that is because North has a better leg difference by 11 points.
I think the reason they were smiling was due to the
43.
practice starts there of Niall Culleton. He hit 4 bullseyes in a row. Went one better than Simon Whitlock, who did the 3 bullseyes.
85.
Winning a match on the European Tour. Friend of Richard North.
140.
Do you want to know how much Northie is a friend of Simon Whitlock?
Oh, go on, yeah.
I'll tell you. Simon Whitlock rescued a cat, and it happened to be a ginger cat. What did Simon call said cat? Northie.
138.
If you think that's a joke,
137.
fair enough. But it wasn't. It was actually a mark of respect because he really likes Richard North.
I believe he had a few
97.
things as well.
Richard,
Didn't
you
he have like a
require
white
80.
guinea pig or a gerbil or something called Ian?
Probably. He's got a lot of animals. Northie's going for double 10.
60.
He went for 2 double
No,
tops
you
on
require
80. Again,
40.
it's just the way he does things.
Game
But it's Cullerton who takes the lead in 13 darts.
Niall Culleton.
He strikes me as someone who really doesn't want to let go of that Group B spot.
Second leg is Niall to throw first. Game on.
It is a nice group to play in. And it's got to be said, this week's probably got a little bit more of a attraction to it
85.
with Fallon Sherritt being in that group. We know the attention that she gets eyes on certain products, and I'm sure the players will already be
57.
putting a target on her back and wanting to get that victory.
With John Henderson on 16 points, he's looking pretty good to nail his spot in Group B.
43.
So if you are trying to plan your viewing for the next couple of nights, you might want to see a game between Sherrick and Henderson.
98.
But it's a question of, will Sherrick be playing against Cullerton or North? Or maybe against Budgen come Saturday night?
55.
Things are getting very interesting towards the second half of this week, which will kick off tomorrow from 9:30 AM live on Sporty Stuff
58.
TV. And if you're watching internationally, don't forget we do have our own YouTube channel. Just search for MODUS Super Series via that social media network.
58.
So we know Lee Budgen's going through. Who else do you think is going to join him on Saturday?
You putting me on the spot. I'm going to go. I think Sherrick will make it. I think Henderson will make it.
180.
I've got a funny feeling about Sean Griffiths, you know.
100. Richard, you've got 108.
I've been wrong before, but I think Jared Cole and I think Mark Graham's playing some decent darts. He's made Saturday night here before, so I'm going to go for him. Oh, it's old
Game's on
school
the second
from Northie.
leg.
How many people do you see
Richard
going
North.
Shanghai 18s for 108 these days? A somewhat unfashionable route, but he makes it look cool.
Third leg, it's
To go
Richard
1-1.
to throw first. Game on.
In terms of predictions, I think I'm pretty much with you on that. Jared Cole, John Henderson, Fallon, Lee Budgen, we know through Richard North.
26.
I don't think I can really disagree with that. I think you've probably picked the Saturday night lineup.
Never really have a bad lineup on a Saturday.
78.
You've got to work really hard to get there. But I think if you think about certain players, they're looking at this portion of the season, the early part of the season, because it's still
100.
January, for something to use for the rest of the year. Budgen, yes. Henderson, yes.
140.
Sherrick, maybe less so, because her calendar's going to be a bit different to a lot of other players. But Richard North, yes, with capitals.
139.
He needs something to say, I did that. This is something I can kick on from.
And even if you don't, he
57.
will tell you what he's going to do, like that tweet that he put out that Mark Webster reminded us of yesterday, where he said he's going to be winning a TV title in the next 4 years.
60.
You said yesterday that maybe he meant this. This is on TV. We class a weekly title here as a TV
84.
title. I'm sure the people who have come through the first 11 weeks would say the same. The likes of Colin Osborne, Matt Clark, Johnny Haynes, they've all done it in the last few weeks,
140.
both
Now
pre
we've got
and post-Christmas.
142.
I'm sure if he gets a photo of himself with a giant novelty check on Saturday night,
62.
he will be
Richard, you require 36.
Mark Webster on Twitter with that photo.
I look forward to it.
Game's on the third leg.
Right in the corner, a
Richard
double 18
North.
for a 2-1 lead. After losing the first leg, Northie has responded brilliantly.
Fourth leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Never takes a
on.
big sip of water, does he? It's always a minute sip. He's not stupid. You don't want to be gulping water when you're doing something like this or any sort of exertion.
55.
Moderate that intake of the H2O. Just gradually hydrate yourself. It's the right thing to do.
42.
You don't want to do a Napoleon Dynamite where you chug it all back.
140.
Bit of sweat on the brow for Niall. Maybe just under a little bit of pressure from his opponent.
59.
I wonder how Lee Budgen's going to feel when he plays Danny Smith next. He's won a couple of games from 3. His undefeated streak is gone now.
125.
But it may have been communicated to him that he's safe.
180.
That's more than safe. That's brilliant. It gets him back in the leg. Second maximum of the match for Richard. And he hasn't had a great deal of maximums so far this week. But he's got his first 2 of the day in this game.
41. Now we record 76.
Single 16 leaves tops.
36.
And Richard has had a big finish today of 167, but doesn't matter how good he is, he's not going to take 179 out. But he has done exactly what you can do.
Now we require 40.
These are 2 players, though, that love tops. They've both been leaving this at every single opportunity and junction.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Niall Culleton.
Niall Culleton levels up the game, and Richard North gives him a bit of a fist bump there. He knows that that was an important moment. He knows that he applied the pressure. A 180 and a 139 at the back of the leg really gave him an opportunity there, getting the break of throw that would give him the cushion within this match. There's a guy who's aware of the situation and a good read of the match, good reading of the room, shall we say, there from Richard North.
It has its own charm, this room, because if you've played here on a Saturday night, then come back to play when there's nobody here, it feels even quieter than it did if you do it the other way around. And there will be someone who will play on Saturday night and win, and then will stay here for next week, because Champions Week follows this immediately.
100.
I mentioned my theory on that stage before I even thrown a dart on it, and I went and thrown some darts on it the last time I was down here.
85.
My theory can only be confirmed even further, and that stage on these days, Monday to Friday, will feel quite big because it's the stage in the entire room.
97.
However, when you play on a Saturday and you've got that person sat literally, you can see where the tables are in the background, how close they are, then the only space you have is the stage.
100.
Now, despite you don't get off the stage and walk around the whole room, it feels like the whole room is your space. When the people are sat there, it chops the room up so much smaller that makes everything just feel that little bit smaller.
First bull he got. He was
72.
daring enough to go for another one, but it was the right play because he had plenty of room. But Cullerton's got the idea of 3 in his mind. Oh, I knew he was going to try it. And look at Richard North in the background. He's got plenty of experience with that. Because, like we've mentioned, he's a good friend of Simon Whitlock's.
Like I mentioned as well, those practice starts of Niall Culleton. He hit 4 in a row, practicing for this game with Richard North. So can't blame him too much for going that route, having a poke,
50.
trying to get his moment.
Now he requires 64.
A bit more conventional this time, you would say it, as he goes for tops.
44.
And hands the impetus back to North.
Richard, you require
He can
10.
take the lead after 5. Some more little wipes of the hand, shrugging of the shoulders, untucking of the shirt. All part of his mannerisms. And all part of the process, which is a winning process there in 21 darts. He now has the lead again. I think there's some good banter up on the stage between these two. They're having a good time of it, but there he is. That's the Northie we know. Likes to have a chat at any expense.
And I can tell you now, without being able to hear that conversation, that will be regarding the 3 bullseye attempts. Especially if he hit the first one as well.
140.
In a funny sort of way, nobody wants to lose a leg. But if you are going to lose one, you don't mind it to something spectacular.
62.
Like a 9-darter, a 150 out with 3 bulls, or maybe a 170 check out, something like that. I remember a game I had with
45.
one of my old foes, Kim Hybrecht. I talk about this often. He beat me 6-4. I think it might have been 6-5, actually, in the Championship League darts years
59.
ago. And we tried to have, subconsciously, a game of hitting everything that's possible. We both got 180s. He had a 9-darter. I had a 170 finish. He was 4-0 up. Then I was 5-4 up, and he beat me 6-5, so it had a comeback as well. To this day, we still talk about that and think, I don't think there's anything else we could have done.
58.
I sincerely hope we can get a 9-darter, if not this week, but next week.
43.
It's certainly due, and certainly with the talent that we've got coming in, you'd expect that it's going to be going pretty soon.
54.
Some close games coming up in Champions Week, and surprisingly, you know, I said I make bold calls. That game, the Van Gerwen, Michael, I called that an hour before it went live. I said both players will be on the 9-darter, one will miss, one will hit. Because in those sort of games, what tends to happen is you just get so embroiled with the match that you forget about the moments that have been created.
84.
And you just tick through the motions at such a high level.
We had a 165 from Cullerton to lead this tops.
30.
That couldn't have gone much worse. This time Northie can't take full advantage because he's way back.
98.
He expects this to go the distance, as do I.
Game
We were both right.
Bag. Niall Culleton.
And North will have the darts in leg 7. What has been a really good contest, both ability-wise and
7th
in
and final leg,
spirit.
it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
If you're so good at predicting things, Matt, can you tell me who's going to win the championship? And I mean, not the Premier League,
51.
the championship. I'm just curious.
Well, I actually predicted Burnley at the start of the season.
And they are currently sitting
100.
at miles clear at the top.
Oh, there you go. Nostradamus. Von Edgar.
And just to further prove that, this was actually not just a
91.
prediction I made this live in front of a live audience on YouTube when I was making the predictions for the night. Said that's what's going to happen. And that's what the point I was getting at there was
140.
next week that the level is going to be so competitive between the players that that's where you're going to see a 9-darter. You don't tend to see 9-darters when one player's running away with a
96.
match. It tends to be in games when they just get embroiled in the game and they sort of forget about the winning legs, who's throwing first, who's doing this, and they just get lost in that
100.
moment, and that's when the magic happens.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think when people are pushed, they tend to do their best stuff. Northie's got a switch here. That was very intelligent.
96.
He stayed up top.
No, you're
He ran the risk of not leaving a finish at all. And don't forget that he's already finished a match with a 167. And now that he's getting the chance, he could possibly do it again for the second match in succession.
137. Richard, you've got 167.
This would definitely give him something to talk about. Is he going to do it again? Wow, we were all just hanging on. And he got 2 of the 3.
24.
But he doesn't get the win. Niall Culleton breaks in 13 darts. And he puts pay to North's chances of finishing in the top 3. Because that now means that the top 3 will be Budgen, Cullerton and Henderson. Because North on 12 points can't catch the top 3 now with 1 game to go. Reece Colley has only got 1 game left as well. So things are getting sewn up here. And thankfully, for Niall's sake, we were not going to see him tomorrow morning and on Friday morning because he's going to be in the evening sessions. But he does have one match left with Lee Budgen in Game 15, so you're not finished seeing him today. As for our next match, Lee Budgen, the winner of this group, he's going to be up against Danny Smith. That's going to be next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Niall Culleton got the better of Richard North by 4 legs to 3 in our previous encounter. That now means that the Group C situation is set. We now know that North, Collie and Smith will be participating on Thursday and Friday morning. Still dotting the I's and crossing the T's at the top of the table, but it's now only John Henderson that can catch Lee Budgen. But victory here for Budgen would mean that those hopes would be dashed. Right, let's get into this one then. 4 more games to go here on this Wednesday afternoon session of the MODUS Super Series, and they're all going to be watched in the impeccable company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I am loving some of the compliments today, by the way, Henry, so keep them coming. Yes, you're absolutely right. We thought that maybe Lee Budgen was safe, but
Okay, first leg, it's
he's going to have to do something in this game.
Game
It
on.
may just be something to do with the amount of legs he needs as opposed to the points, but if I were him, just for his own confidence ahead of his final game against Niall Culleton in Game 15,
140.
it might be wise of him just to dispatch of the winless Danny Smith so far today, who has struggled a little bit, Matt.
43.
Yeah, he has a little bit, to be fair, hasn't he? And I do think when we go to Group C, we're going to see him play back again at that sort of level. One of the things you can do when you play this Group A is when you feel it's gone,
85.
it can be really hard to sort of get yourself up for these games. I've been in this position where I've played in a Group A and I've sat bottom of the
60.
table. Group C starts and you start throwing in mid-90 averages almost overnight. It's a strange scenario to be in. Normally when you lose, you go home, it's done.
83.
And you go on the stage sometimes and you feel like you're going up there as a loser before you've even played the game, because you know that you can't get anything out of it for your own personal sake.
81.
It all started pretty well for him come Monday morning. He had a really good performance in his first game. In fact, his first day was pretty good.
100.
Getting 6 points and walking away with more wins than losses. But since then, things have not gone his way. Only 1 win since that point.
93. 43.
And again, it's another leg where Danny is languished outside of the finishing zone with his opponent already there. Danny's only got 1 maximum
100.
all day.
They require 50.
He's got the least maximums of anybody. And he's getting less opportunities than anybody else over the last couple of days. And Budgen is not in the mood to stop. That's another leg in the bank against an opponent that he has not lost against. This is one of those 3 fixtures where someone is 2-0 up for the first couple of days. And that is in the favour of Budgen.
78.
He's had a bit of a break since his last match as well. He played in match 8, where he lost that undefeated streak to John Henderson, losing 4 legs to 2. He's had 3 matches off. Time to reflect.
44.
Time to see where he stands, how he feels. And he will play 2 of the final 4 matches, as will Danny Smith.
121.
He came into this match a big favourite. Favourite that expanded as well. He 1-4 favourite to win this match.
51.
And realistically, on the basis of what we've seen today, it'd be very, very hard to argue with that price from the bookies coming into this one.
I'd have to agree. You think about some
22.
of the performances that Lee has put in. Maybe not playing his A game today, but towards the end of Monday and towards the beginning of Tuesday, he was playing his best stuff. Since then,
140.
for me, he's been grinding. Just grinding these points out. And that tells me something about that word resilience that you used earlier.
180.
Excellent on the 180s, though. Really getting close to record territory is Lee Budgen. Was there a few weeks ago when Gary Stone was pushing that
78.
one. It was Robert Thornton that held the title.
$24.
It's fair to say that that did not go to plan. It's not a bad guide for the bullseye if he gets the 57, but he does not.
64. They require 54.
Should have been sitting on a double here. Missed a couple of singles in his previous take.
Game shot on the
but that he does take. 2-0 lead for a man who in 2 of his games today has hit 2 maximums. He has 2 wins against his opponent this week so far.
Game on.
He doesn't look like a person who is going to stop from banking his Saturday night invitation in a matter of minutes.
123.
And 2 from 2 on the doubles as well. That looks pretty smart on your card.
96.
It's a matter of almost 20 in the averages. Smith, courtesy of that last score, takes his average to 74.5, but Budgen is up there in the low 90s.
And that's why you just couldn't argue with those odds that the bookmakers put into this one. I'm a guy that really likes to crunch those odds and find something I can argue with and find people a bit of value, but unfortunately, they've got that well and truly correct on this occasion.
What is it they say? You don't
60.
Find a poor bookie? I wonder what Lee's going to be doing for the next couple of days.
99.
The worst he can do, leg difference-wise, now, with his 2 matches to go,
123.
So he can be caught, but it's very unlikely.
Well, for that to happen, he's going to have to lose this game, which
114.
I think on the evidence of what we're seeing so far, I see no indication that he's going to lose this match.
I completely agree with you. Maybe and I will hold my hands up and say this, maybe I was getting ahead of myself prior to this match saying he was safe, but intrinsically it felt like he was safe. That's a very dangerous concept in this sport. You're never safe until you get that final double. Speaking of doubles, he hasn't missed one yet.
54.
Now he has.
Then he requires 56.
That's the third time that's happened today on a 56 out.
No score.
And it's the second time that it's been missed after double 16's been hit.
20.
Round the houses there for Danny. And double 5 is found masterfully by Budgen for a 3-0 lead. And the man at the back of the stage looks devoid of any positivity.
I was just about to mention that he's doing that thing again where he's looking at the dart in the hand as he was getting the grip. And with that, I expect him to start, when he does that, throwing darts low. And he slipped that one into the wrong double.
I've got a question to ask you, actually, because I was surveying your equipment yesterday because you had them at our accommodation. And you use a natural tungsten dart. You don't have a lot of decoration on there, no paint or any scribing of your name, anything like that. Just out of curiosity, for anybody who uses a bit of equipment like that, do you wash your darts?
No. No, I literally am probably the worst person to talk to about equipment. Whenever I talk about equipment, and certainly when I advise about equipment, I'd let people know firsthand that me and equipment, the only experience I've got is as a player. And I tend to find that with the equipment, I just get a set of darts out and use them until they are so worn, and then just get another set out. That tends to be the system with that. I mean, I played in the World Championship with a set of darts that was given to me that cost £9.
140.
Just a little side note, actually. When Jim Furyk won the FedEx Cup, he won it with a putter that he paid $29 for.
Not always the equipment. I mean, there are obviously parts of equipment that are better, but
60.
in general, you should be able to throw pretty much everything. Just ask Peter Wright.
I would say ask Niall Culleton, but his are just different colours. They're all the same, really.
130.
Lovely setup from Danny.
141.
Nice use of the bullseye there. But Budgen's got this for the match. He has had a couple of wayward approach shots in this match, but he hasn't been punished
61
for his misses. That's okay, as long as he gets tops.
41. Lee requires
Still
95.
a degree of negativity there for Danny, which is sad to see, but he has been put to the sword by a lot of people today. Bullseye for the win. And that really does rubber stamp his position as a Saturday night qualifier and a Group A winner. Congratulations to Lee Budgen, who has made it to 20 points. He might even walk away with 22 by the end of the day if he beats Niall Culleton in match 15. But it is Lee Budgen who will be there. And he will be maybe joined by Danny Smith if he can get through Group C, because that's where you're going to see him for the next couple of days. We do have one more round of fixtures coming your way until we leave you for Wednesday, so don't go far. Game number 13 between Richard North and Reece Colley is coming your way.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there is no budging Lee at the top of the Group A table as he becomes our first qualifier for Saturday night's final. And this was how he did it, with a 4-0 victory against Danny Smith with an 83.5 average. The game's solitary maximum, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and a 66.67% checkout ratio, including that 95 checkout. So let's rubber stamp everything. Let's dot the I's, cross the T's in terms of the league table. Because as you can see, that 20 points for Lee Budgen means he's now unassailable at the top of the table. On top of that, Henderson and Cullerton will be second and third respectively, but it is Budgen the first man through. We can actually clarify that a little bit more with the bracket slide now, because we can confirm that the players through to the final. Lee Budgen going through as the victor in Group A. There we go, there's the bracket slide. Fallon Sherrick will be joining the fray in Group B alongside Ryan Palmer and Sean Griffiths, and they are now going to be joined by John Henderson and Niall Culleton, the qualifiers through Group A. Moving into Group C, we are going to see Jared Cole, Josh McCarthy and Mark Graham join the fray, and they're going to be joined by two of the players actually going to be playing now, Reece Colley and Richard North, as well as Danny Smith. Well, Collie and North are about to conclude their Group A campaign. They're going to be meeting twice more this week in Group C on Thursday and Friday. But who is going to claim the spoils in their final game of this morning group? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. Thank you for the clarification on who's playing against who over the next couple of days. And we sincerely hope that everybody can join us from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow for Group C action, of course, because Group B will start at 10 p.m. tomorrow. So whether you're a morning owl or a night owl, there will be darts for you tomorrow.
Richard to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks is your referee once again for match number 13, which sees Richard North trying to finish his campaign in Group A on
100.
a point total of 14. But the same can be said for Reece, because they've both got 12. Someone looking to finish
140.
in 4th position instead of 5th.
Got a bit of a story about Owen, actually. You mentioned yesterday, and we got that lovely camera zoom in on the shoes of Owen Binks. He actually scratched one of them yesterday. He thought it might have ruined those Bobby Dazzlers, but he managed to fix it.
How did he fix it?
100.
Oh, there they are, the size 15s of Owen Binks.
Those shoes are the reason why I wear shades indoors.
93.
There used to be a few people that used to like a shiny shoe. Richie Howson, Kevin Painter.
Oh, Kevin Painter loved the shiny shoe.
140.
Pat O'Reilly, who made his debut in the Grand Slam, in the very first Grand Slam in 2007. He used to wear patent leather boots. You don't see a lot of players these days wearing
55.
A, patent leather,
21.
and 2, shoes. They tend to go for the more comfortable trainer-type shoes these days.
83.
Especially in MODUS Super Series action, you spend a lot of time on your feet. Northie is the only person to have hit a 170 this week.
100.
But it was an approach shot, not a finish.
38.
But he does share the biggest finish of the week of a 167.
22.
Reece does not take that out and get a break of through in
Would you
5
require
visits, but
70?
Northie could rescue the situation with a 70 checkout. He's going to go for the 18s.
He's been hitting the ball quite a bit today. Might need to use it again. Good dart leaves him the 6s.
Game shot on the first leg.
The last
Richard
game,
North.
we said that Richard North was stealing legs. I'll feel like a bit of a steal as well, as you can see. Quite
Second against Reece
apologetic
to
for that
throw
at the
first.
end
Game on.
of winning that one. But it is a holder throw.
Where do you stand on the whole apology thing? Because I've been on my soapbox many, many times about it.
40.
Have you ever apologised for winning a leg?
No, and never will.
You didn't see it, but I've just fist bumped my
105.
commentary colleague because I'm exactly the same. I've never apologised for winning a leg. The whole thing about darts, whether it be team, pairs, threes, singles,
134.
the whole plan about this game is to win a game of darts, to win legs. Never apologise for winning legs.
140.
It's the point of the game. You don't see a cricketer, and I hate to bring up cricket again, Matt. You don't see a cricketer apologising for hitting a
100.
6.
if anything, I like the Gerwin Price approach in those situations, because if he wins a scrappy leg,
125.
he'll actually give it larger than if he won in 9 darts.
Because he knows it'll rile his opponent. And from a mind gameplay aspect, I totally get it.
44. Richard,
He's done it against me, and all I did at the time was laugh. I thought that was the right approach. Reece is not going to be laughing if this goes in. It might as well.
111.
I fancied it. Nobody goes more for 2 double tops than Richard North.
97. Richard, you require 20.
So with that in mind, he should like the 10s, because that's the most natural breakdown from someone who loves the tops.
18. Richard, require 86.
Interesting there that he didn't decide to bust that. He's decided to leave himself in the madhouse.
That's a nice resuscitation of the
66.
visit there from Reece,
Richard,
but he can't
require
find
2.
tops. Double 1.
Game
Beautifully
shot the
found.
second leg.
It was an
Richard
interesting
North.
play, because we saw John Henderson earlier on today in that same quandary. He decided
against
to bust the
Richard to
score,
throw
to go
first.
back to the previous
on.
double, but not Richard. He decided to leave something at the top of the board. He had the option as well of leaving something at the bottom.
177.
So you can sense that he's more comfortable at the top of the board than the bottom. But then again, he hits a 177 there, and he was comfortable on the switch.
45.
I was just about to say before he came up to throw those darts that he strikes me as a player that's really comfortable in where he is at the moment, because when Owen Binks called out Richard to throw first, he sort of went to the
81.
hockey as if, oh, I didn't think it was my go first, which, like I said, when you start getting in that mode of feeling good, you forget about all these bits that we're going to sit
58.
and try and analyse and talk about, and you just get in that flow of throwing darts.
We do have an opportunity before we close things out
99.
on Wednesday as well. Richard is a very decisive player on the board, but I see him as a very indecisive player off the board.
60. Richard, you require 144.
We talked about his nicknames yesterday, and I'm going to bring that up in a second. Don't think that's in.
40 scored, yeah.
Yeah, 40 scored. That's confirmed by the referee.
97.
And another good switch, which means he's coming back for 47. And Reece Colley just doesn't have the answers at the minute.
96. Richard, you require 47.
7 and tops.
Game
Predictable
shot the third
brilliance
leg.
From a man
Richard
who's
North.
playing a very, very good game of darts here. Averaging over 92 and 3 hits from
4
7
minutes,
attempts
Reece
on the
to throw
doubles.
first.
So let's put it to bed then. You're a connoisseur of shirts, equipment, and nicknames and brands.
140.
Which nickname should Richard have? Mouth of the South, Richard the Lionheart, or Northie?
131.
Honestly, I think there's probably a better one than those 3 that would suit him. I'm not sure what it is at the moment. I'm sure I'll find it before the end of the week.
60.
I don't think Northie is very brandable. You can't really do too much with it. I think Mouth of the South, he's got some
59.
play with it, but I know he doesn't like that one.
Well, I thought you would really like that one, considering that's what Jimmy Hart used to be known as.
And that's why I don't like
90.
it so much, because I think it's already been done very well.
That I get. The mimicry of nicknames is a very hot topic in darts right now.
100.
And Lionheart, I think, is stretching. I think that's you get some
58.
nicknames where you look at them and you think, where have you got that from? Did you just put your hand in a bag of nicknames, or did you do that World Championship nickname generator and it came up with one for you and you went with
Richard,
that?
153.
He left himself a match-winning shot, which he's now going to get a look at.
137.
Great approach there from
Richard,
Reece, who's trying not to be
116.
bageled the way that Danny Smith was in the previous match. This is a really tricky find here on the 57. He gave it a good scare.
56. Richard requires 16.
He's had 3 darts at a double already. He's going to get 3 more. I hope he doesn't need all 3.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Twos never
Reece
lose.
Colley.
By the beginning of tomorrow's group, I'm going to find out how many times he's hit that double 2. And I think he's starting to
Fifth against
realise
Richard
that
to throw
he has
first.
been so good on that double,
Game
he
on.
should have been leaving it more often. An extraordinary prowess on that low double all week long.
83.
Just looking at their leg difference, these two. North on +5,
59.
Collie on -4, but on the same points. That tells you a bit of a story as to how topsy-turvy their week has been already.
180.
Who didn't get a 180 in his first 3 games today, has found his first in this match.
85.
Well, when we had the graphic come up earlier on, I was trying to write down my predictions for who I think is going to go through. And when it came to Group C, I wrote down Jared Cole as a group winner, Richard North going second, which would move him through to Saturday. If this little mini table,
100.
the top
Richard,
half and bottom
98.
half, where the top half are going off to different journeys at the bottom half, this win for Richard North would mean he'd be top of the bottom half of the
58.
table with the players he's going through to that Group C with.
So you're saying that all 6 of these players in Group A are not going to qualify?
Richard, you require 40.
Because it's a possibility. Double 10.
Go.
And that was
shot
possible,
of the match.
and it's done. A really
Richard
good
North.
bit of a send-off there for Richard North. A 4-1 victory against Reece Colley. And he's going to finish in 4th position in the table on a very healthy total of 14 points. You can see with that checkered percentage of 40% and a really decent average of 92.85, that will give him a lot of confidence going into Group C tomorrow against a group of players who are going to fancy it come Thursday and Friday morning. Our penultimate game of the day will be Danny Smith up against John Henderson. Henderson knows he's going to tomorrow night, and Danny Smith will be back tomorrow morning, but not before he plays Hendo.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Available 6 days a week, every week. The MODUS Super Series really is one of the competitions to look out for in 2023. And why don't you be here at the wonderful MODUS Live Lounge in person every single Saturday night? Tickets are available, they're complimentary, and you can get them via dartshop.com. TV. Well, in our previous encounter, we saw a 4-1 victory for Richard North, who rounds off his Group A campaign with success of Reece Colley, who had a little bit of a wobble on the line. We can have a look at the stats from that one. As I say, a 4-1 success for North with a 92.885 average. It really has been an impressive day for all of our players. Really good standard throughout. 4 out of 10 on the doubles there for Northie, and that high out of 70. Let's have a quick check of the table, because everything is square now, so we can confirm pretty much everything as Budgen tops the group. We're going to see him on Saturday night. We're going to see Henderson and Cullerton in the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday, and then North, Collie and Smith will be with us on Thursday and Friday morning. Well, it's going to be Danny Smith in action next against John Henderson. Now, gents, you always talk about how do players keep themselves going as the day goes on in terms of snacks and that. Well, during one of the matches, I popped into the gallery, and on the route I had to pass the practice room, and Danny Smith had let's just say some chocolates by a famous company which sound like a rapper, and they were brownie flavoured, and let's just say they were being shared amongst the practice room and beyond. Did they get to you in the commentary box? Possibly?
Well, I'm already feeling very left out, Matt. We were given nothing. Have we said something to upset the players?
We seem to always miss out on the goodies. It seems to be the one room that is neglected. Maybe we'll have to start some sort of protest.
I can see how that would go.
Okay,
maybe the
first
players would
Danny
just
to
shovel
throw
the rest of
first.
said chocolate
Game
away from
on.
us. But hey, they're the superstars. They're the ones providing the entertainment. We're just the sister act.
I was going to say, we're not going to talk until we get our brownies, which means we're probably never going to get any brownies, because some people might think that's a bit of a benefit.
Don't worry, Matt. Before the end of the week, I'll make some.
Oh, please
45.
do. Oh, I love homemade brownies.
Is that a request? Because
Yes.
I can actually make them.
Yes.
Okay. We'll go to the supermarket after this and I'll see if I can grab some ingredients.
Yes.
I guess we know what we're doing this afternoon after this. What are you guys going to do before you come back tomorrow? You can get in touch with us, remember, at MSS Darts. Let us know what you do on your time off before
100.
you return tomorrow. Have you got your own darts tonight? Are you trying to get yourself here via the ADC system? It seems to be pretty
60.
fruitful, especially in Super Series 2.
I think that's where Danny Smith's probably going to be going tonight. He was in the practice room earlier on. There's like a local tournament around the area that he was trying to talk to players, and they're coming through, and he goes, "Oh, Matt, you coming down as well tonight? Come and play some darts." And he was talking to Hendo as well, seeing if he can get him involved. But I think Hendo's probably had enough
95.
darts for a week.
I think they're looking forward to tonight because I don't think Simon Whitlock's going to be there. I think he's in Las Vegas. Congratulations, by the way, to Simon Whitlock, who won the mixed triples at the Las Vegas Open in the last few days. And he won the pairs as well with Jules Van Dongen. So congratulations to those guys. The winner of the Las Vegas Open, Chris Lim, son of Paul Lim and Paula Murphy.
16.
Winner of the ladies' Las Vegas Open. Who was the winner of this leg? Might be Hendo. Might be on a ton plus out. That's marvellous. Break a throw, and that is just how Danny Smith has been rolling today. He had a pretty good leg there, but he had it pinched away from him by the brilliant, undefeated Scotsman.
I was just trying to find the photo, see if I could show you it there quickly, but it's not available at the time. Have you seen the photo of Simon Whitlock and Jules Van Dongen after winning the event? Now, when I spoke to Simon Whitlock a couple of months ago, he was saying how he loves training and he loves his exercise and his fitness, and he's going to be doing a little bit more weights moving forward. When you look at him now, he's got one arm significantly bigger than the other. His left arm is the standard size, but his right arm is now bigger.
Are you trying to tell me that Simon Whitlock is the Rafael Nadal of darts? Because a lot has been made of Rafael Nadal's left arm being more powerful looking than his right. I suppose when you think about it, it does make sense because of the amount of reps
59
that a dart player would do with their throwing arm. But let's face it, they're only throwing a dart that's between 12 and 30 grams.
83.
Looks a bit exasperated, does Desperate Dan, who may be walking away from Wednesday with 0 points. As for Hendo, it may
58.
be a very healthy looking 10. One of the best 6-dart conversions we've seen today came from Richard North, who took out 258 in 6. That was a 138 approach and a 120 out. Hendo could possibly take it with a 160 out. His best finish today, a 126, which he hit with a treble 20, a treble 10, and a double 18.
84. John, you require 160.
I've just found the picture. I'll see if we can get it uploaded onto the social media site as well, so you can go see it. It is twice the size.
45.
Somebody just bought him 1 dumbbell for
and he
Christmas.
170.
Well, Hendo's not going to be happy with a 45-point approach.
John, you require
Hence the puff of the cheeks.
115.
He won't be happy with that one either. This is the point of the day, especially when everything has been settled table-wise, where you've just got to pep yourself up a bit more to try and get that extra 2 points.
This
is what I like to call, Matt, working that extra 20%, which is where great sportsmen really find their grittiness.
57.
You do what you think you should,
John,
and then add 20%
87.
to that, and see what you can do when you're under stress, when you're under tiredness, frustration. I just get the feeling that Hendo's in that 20% region right now.
Yeah, he certainly looks like a guy who's throwing uncomfortable darts.
He requires 56.
Almost like in a little bit of pain or discomfort, as if maybe he's developed like a blister or something along. Because when he toes the oche, it just feels a little bit more uncomfortable and looks uncomfortable, but Danny Smith's going to make it even more uncomfortable when you hit him back.
Game on.
Because it's all right being a little bit uncomfortable and it going all right, and you're just like, okay, we'll just get this over with. But when someone's hitting your back, it just becomes uncomfortable on the physical and mental side.
And in a weird sort of way, when he sees his opponent, like Danny here,
25.
only scoring 25, it's more difficult to perform because you know they're not playing at their best. Subconsciously, you almost want your opponent to fly so you can follow their lead.
100.
Absolutely. And again, I'm just looking at John Henderson here. It feels like he's breaking down a little bit here. But he's always had that movement in the body, but he's really having to throw himself into this to get that action going. That first one you saw there, like the hand was almost open with all fingers pointing out.
Do you know of anybody else who has this kind of motion when they're throwing? Because I would say 99.9% of dart players around the world do stay static when they throw their darts. You look at someone like Mensah Suljovic, for instance, he has that almost nodding bird style where the back foot comes up. Peter Manley used to play a little bit more with a front-loaded stance. Have you seen any other quirky ones?
Kevin Painter is another one where the back leg will come up and he'll sort of throw himself into the shot a bit.
This is a bit better from John.
99.
Now, we've had 56 left, quite a lot today. What are the odds on him hitting double 16 on approach to a double here?
85. John, you require
They say that things happen in threes. Well, it's already happened 3 times, so it's not going to happen here. It's not a break of throw.
And he
just
requires
yet.
135.
It could well be now. Needed the 25 or the bullseye.
65. John, you require 20.
Spent a lot of time on tops and 10s and 5s so far this week. He's had mixed fortunes on them all.
No score. Danny requires
Only
70.
that double 10. was a centimetre to the right, he would have hit it 3 times. Have a double 8, the same height as double 10, but on the other side of the board, in the Western Hemisphere.
Game
And he
shot
can
the
find
third
it.
leg.
2-1
Danny
lead for Smith, who desperately wants to walk away without that winless tag.
If he does get
Moving
the win
against
here,
John to throw first.
make him feel a bit better,
Game
but he's
on.
still going to be finishing bottom of the table. A win here won't be able to catch up with Reece Colley, who's on 12 points. Win for Danny will put him on to 10. But how much more positive would he leave this
140.
venue if he was managing to pick up a victory against one of the recent winners of the World Cup of Darts in John Henderson, who won that alongside
100.
Snakebite, Peter Wright.
And I think when these players were pitched against Hendo, he automatically had that target on his back. I think he will still have that target on his back
38.
come tomorrow night. But then again, the players up against him are going to be Niall Culleton, who obviously has experience of playing him this week already.
81.
Ryan Palmer, Sean Griffiths, I'm sure they have memories of playing against John in certain tournament venues, and Fallon Sherrick knows John very well. That's what makes Group B over the next couple of nights
81.
really intriguing.
Yeah, and Edgar's predictions, like I like to chuck out there, I do put John Henderson going through. I should have put in
134.
Fallon Sherrick through. That's the first time I've made that prediction as well. And 1 of 3. I think that's how open that third spot could be.
180.
There's no such thing as a bad 180, but every now and again you get one that's really pretty, like that.
100. John, your
Can
requires
finish off the 62 on the end for a 2-4-2 in 5 or 6.
10 scored, yeah.
He perseveres on tops.
42. Danny require
It might cost him
86.
like 4. Double 16.
Game shot
Something
the
is
fourth
clicking for
leg.
Danny.
Danny
He
Smith.
hasn't been in this position for a while. In fact, the last time he was in anything of comfort was the first game of the
Fifth
day
against
where
Danny
he was
to throw
3-0 up.
first.
He
Game on.
lost 4-3.
And he's looking likely all of a sudden.
100.
Maybe he can sense what we're sensing, that weakness, that opportunity to get that victory over John Henderson here, who, going into Group B, you've got to fancy not only
43.
is it a better time frame and he's going to have a longer rest before he plays there, but he's not going to have to play 5 matches. He's only needing to play the 4 because it is a smaller group,
96.
shorter rest periods of time. We look at the last time we've seen John Henderson, we haven't seen him for 3 matches since he played Reece Colley. That's a long time to be sitting down. It's a lot of up and down and
58.
wear and tear, where in the evening session you probably only got a game at maximum 2 before you're back on again. I think the scheduling's going to suit John as well.
120.
Scheduling is such that the one time that I've played in this arena, it was play a game, rest a game, play a game, rest a game. It was so uniform, it really did suit my game.
59.
Albeit I finished 4th in the group, but that was down to my play. It was nothing to do with the scheduling. I had no excuses.
105.
And I'll be really interested to see if John does qualify, whether he sees that the Group B action suited him more than Group A.
135.
Got to get
Danny
there yet,
require
though.
80.
Danny might finish him off right here with a 4-1 victory. Double top. That's
Game
really
shot
good.
the
And he
match.
wins the
Danny
head-to-head
Smith.
against John Henderson this week. He wins it by 2 games to 1. And Hendo is now going to Group B, winning 4 games from 5 on Wednesday. He couldn't quite stay undefeated, but you've got to give Danny Smith credit, particularly on the outer ring. As you can see, he was 80%, hitting 4 shots from a possible 5. That's wonderful. That'll give him a little bit of confidence knowing that he was not winless on Wednesday going into the same time frame in Group C tomorrow. We've got one more match for you. It will be Niall Culleton, who knows where he's going tomorrow. Lee Budgen's going to have a day off, but we'll see how he feels in the final match of Group A after this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was Danny Delight to finish off his Group A campaign, getting the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 1. And so the final game of the group will see the victor of it in action. Lee Budgen takes on Niall Culleton, who we're going to see tomorrow night in Group B. But who is going to finish their Group A campaign with a win? Let's find out for one final time today. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in the commentary box.
One more game to go, and then you can go on with your day thoroughly in the knowledge that you know exactly where these players will be over the next 2 or even 3 days, because this guy has won this group on debut. Many congratulations to Lee, but you've got one more job left. It's a question of whether you will get to 22 points
Niall to throw first. Game on.
or whether you will stay on 20. As for Cullerton, he currently sits in 3rd position in the table, Matt. How much motivation do you think he gets
60.
from the knowledge that if he wins this game, he'll finish 2nd?
I think at this point, I don't think they're going to be too bothered about those league positions. I think it's all about just getting through to those
70.
group placements. I think if there's going to be anything to get in here, he just wants to try and get something over the top of a player that he's changed him again.
83.
He's not only got odd darts, he's got odd flights.
Well, he said he wants to give us something to talk about. He's certainly done that in this one.
Well, I'm not on board with the whole Cully nickname.
125.
I know he likes to be called a werewolf, but Mr. Unpredictable, that sounds a bit more apt for you, Mr. Niall.
So we've got Mr. Unpredictable taking on
90.
Mr. No Nonsense.
Only in darts, everybody. Only in darts. You don't get nicknames like that in boxing or snooker.
58.
Or chess.
If you are wondering about that photo that we was trying to describe, where I mentioned about Simon Whitlock having one arm sizably bigger than the
43.
other one, I have just put that over on the Twitter page. If you want to go look at that, that's my personal one, at the Edgar 501. You can go check out that photo. It's a sizable difference.
41.
I don't know whether it's an optical illusion or whether it's actually that way. We'll have to get the measuring tape out next time Simon's in the neighbourhood.
100.
Depends which arm you measure. You might need 2 measures for the right one, because it's twice the size.
It might be an optical illusion because he's got a very heavily tattooed right arm, hasn't he? But then again, so is his left, so I think he might be onto something. Niall's looking for a Hollywood finish. Tops for it. That is excellent.
First leg.
His initial
Niall
plan was
Culleton.
bull 25 bull, but plan B, brilliant.
Second leg is Lee to throw first.
Doesn't matter whether he
Game
uses
on.
odd flights or stems. He can throw anything, this guy. And I just want to throw something out there. We've already heaped praise on Lee Budgen for
77.
winning this table, but he's also done something else that nobody else has done in this group. He, against Reece Colley and Danny Smith,
100.
won his fixtures against those 2 players to 0. So he beat those players 3 times this week. No other player this week has had a sweep of a fixture.
41.
Not one. That says something about him for me. It means that he's comfortable playing against certain players and against a group of players like this.
And to me, that also
125.
backs up what I've been saying all along about when we look at the overall average, we need to look deeper. Who is doing that with less range? Lee Budgen is the answer to the
140.
player who's been more consistent around that sort of 85 mark, rather than someone who averages 95 and 75 and levels out around the 85. Budgen's lived there,
85.
which is why he's won more games, because he's more competitive in games.
I think he's won more games with a high 70s average this week than anybody else as well. So he's had this ability to not only
60.
dominate an opponent, but also to grind it out, which means he's got levels. Now today, he's won 6 points, as has Culleton.
41.
If Budgen wins this game, he will win the daily table for Wednesday as well, and will take that away from John Henderson, who finished on 8 points and plus 6.
134. Now you require 150.
And I wasn't certain he's going to do it again. Oh, he is. He's going to go for the 3 balls again. He really wants that shot, doesn't he?
105.
I wasn't sure
Lee
what we'd
require
get from Lee Budgen
49.
today. There was question marks there, but he's answered every single one of them absolutely superbly.
33.
So the question, who's going to know him by the
Now
end
you
of
require
this? Well,
45.
you're going to know him on Saturday.
Yeah, we all know his name now. We know who Niall is. Is he the man who's 2-0 up?
Game shown the second leg.
Well, he'll be known by
Niall
that mantra
Culleton.
for about another 2 to 3 minutes. He could well be known as the man who's 3-0 up.
Feel like it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
Debuts don't come too much better than winning Group A the first time you're here.
72.
What's even better is winning the whole thing on your debut week.
$42.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Matt, and I want you to think about your answer now, and then I'll ask you again on Saturday.
90.
Who is going to win Super Series 2 next week? Who's your favourite right now?
41.
I'm just getting this in because there may be some people out there looking for a flutter on who wins the whole thing at the end of next week when £20,000 is handed to the champion.
99.
Raymond Smith.
Concur. He should be the favourite for good reason because of the levels of his performance when he was
60.
here. So, I agree.
And he was obviously, he had that big run at the World Championship last year as well, didn't he? Where he's actually a win away from potentially having a tour card if he chose to
100.
accept it.
Not to mention the fact that after the World Championship, when he was beaten by Karel Sedlacek, which was a great game, he decided to take a few weeks off. And he's recently tweeted about the fact that he is back in
84.
practice
Now you
now.
require
And
140.
everything that Raymond Smith does is not an accident. It's all with purpose. A bit like
40.
Cullerton today, actually. He might have got 8 points on Monday, but I firmly believe he's played better today than he did on Monday. And he hasn't quite got 8 points here yet.
129.
That's
Now
amazing
you require
counting there from
100.
Budgen. That tells me something else about him. Double 19.
81.
He does like it
He
down there. He's
require
been trying to use it on the 78
145.
combination, hasn't he? So, not surprised. He probably feels a bit comfortable down the bottom end of the board. He will come back. 19 the shot. 19 the shot for a 3-0 lead against the
98.
table topper Lee
Now you
Budgen, who you
require
did ask
19.
questions over. You said now that he knows he's through, does the adrenaline come off and the performance just drop a
Game
little
shown
bit?
the third leg.
The results might start to
Niall
drop if the
Culleton.
performance doesn't.
3-0 Cullerton it is. He's one leg away from victory. And interestingly for me,
Looks like it's Lee to throw
when you look at a
first. Game
19
on.
checkout, everybody seems to go for 3 for double 8. But in a nervy spot, it's probably the wrong go. Because
77.
if you think about 11 for double 4, unless you hit the treble, of course, I just think it's a better play.
140.
I think the reason I'd prefer the 3 is if we just look at vertical and horizontal lines, it's the same as the 20 on that sort of vertical line. You're just putting less pressure on the dart.
180.
It is the first thing you'll learn when you throw darts, how to throw on that vertical line. So it should realistically be an easy shot to hit single 3 because you don't need to put any
95.
force in, but yet you're just on that same line. But I can imagine under pressure, we do see a few people slip into that 19s with that sort of left drag.
Yeah, you're better off going to the right to leave yourself double 1.
137.
But for you guys out there who want to have an extra option on a 19 checkout, single 11 leaves double 4. Single 8 or single 14 doesn't bust the shot, so it does give you an extra out. This is an out that may have to go out. Well, Cullerton's already taken out a 125.
47. Now you
How
require
about a 130, which
130.
is arguably a little bit easier? To finish with a bagel. He got a little bit greedy.
Correct. 90. Lee requires 60.
Budgen served a bagel to Reece Colley in game 3 today. He wants to prevent one here. It's a great marker of sorts.
40.
But that dart was in the way.
Now you
And
require
Cullerton,
40.
who loves tops, can finish off Group A with a bang.
30.
Pulls the last dart left.
Lee requires
He's not
20.
happy with that shot.
Game shot.
Budgen's
the
happy with
fourth
that one.
leg. Lee Budgen.
We started today with Danny Smith 3-0 up. Cullerton came back to win 4-3.
Fifth leg, it's Niall to
There's
throw
this funny
first.
saying, what
Game
goes
on.
around comes around. Maybe, just maybe, if Niall takes his foot off the pedal a little bit, the same could befall him.
85.
We have not seen any player so far today score more than 2 180s in a match.
180.
What a strange time to get that second 180, because that is number 2 for Lee Budgen in 3
45.
of his 5 games today. He's had 2 maximums. Can he possibly get a third and be the first person to do it today?
40.
It didn't have to be straight away. And the man who has plenty of colours in his darts case and plenty of colours in his suitcase, because this is the 3rd different coloured shirt of the week. I wonder if he's got any more colours for the next 3 days. He's going to have to go some to beat the great Peter Jakes of
59.
Yorkshire, who apparently has 8 different coloured shirts.
$55.
Chance for Budgen to get to the finish first. Might need to get there via the use of the 18s, but that pretty much negates that with the treble 1.
83.
Decides to stay downstairs. And what a good plan it was. Getting 7 19s to leave 60. 3, leave 82. And he went for the bullseye, which
99.
is a
Now he
50-50
requires
call
60.
in that spot. Cullerton will get another chance for the match. And
21.
he misses again.
Lee requires
That was a
40.
wild one. And Budgen can nudge his way a little bit closer.
Game shot.
And he
the
does
fifth
so
leg.
with a
Lee
shot right in the
Budgen.
bottom corner. Not the first time we've seen a shot like that this week.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Both Matthew Edgar and myself thought that this was going to be a really tight group. It has proven to be so. And if Cullerton does win this game,
99.
we will have a lovely sequence of points in the table. It will be Danny Smith 10, Reece Colley 12, Richard North 14,
36.
Henderson 16, Cullerton 18, and Budgen on 20. So everybody will occupy a spot 1 notch up the ladder. The person who can spoil that
140.
pattern is Lee Budgen if he wins the next 2 legs. But nobody can budge Lee from his position in leg
55.
difference, which is phenomenal at plus 18 before this match is concluded. Not exactly as good as Raymond Smith was earlier in Super Series 2, who was over plus 30.
32.
The phrase
Lee
dominant was
34.
used to describe the guru. I think it was a bit of an understatement.
56.
I think it's an understatement to say that Niall may be out of this leg 300 behind.
43. Lee requires 78.
So we might be going all the way once again. In fact, we've only been to leg 7
38.
twice today. That was when Cullerton beat North and when Cullerton beat Reece Colley. So maybe he likes playing in leg 7.
28. They require 40.
He would have the darts as well.
20.
He will come back, but the one thing that Niall's thinking right now is, how am I on only 307 after 15 darts?
$99. They require 20.
Another chance at 10s. Well, go for double 7. This is a
No
rather
score.
bemusing leg. Should have been over ages ago. We have seen a few legs pinched this week from
60.
very big positions, but not
He
from
required
someone who
20.
was sitting on 378.
$50.
But it might still happen.
Now we require 148.
Many darts missed to win leg 6. And Cullerton's chance of taking the 4-2 at that visit is gone.
60. They require 5.
This is a little bit messy.
No score.
And that's the second time he's done that this week.
Now we require 88.
This will be the pinch of all pinches. I don't think he can quite believe that he's still throwing in this leg. You may be witnessing two tired dart players at the end of a Group A campaign. But it's the bullseye.
44.
And miraculously,
They require 5.
serendipitous maybe, match dart there for Niall Culleton.
Game shown the
He's not going to get another one in leg 6.
Lee
He's going to
Budget.
go to leg 7. A bit of a weird leg, one in 29 darts. But you can see what the guys feel about that one. Only one more leg
Seventh and final
left
leg,
in
it's
Group A.
Niall to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't matter whether it's in 9, 19 or 29. It's still just a leg win. And they all have their
100.
charms. I think realistically,
59.
before everything started today, Niall thought that maybe he had an outside chance of getting the top spot. It hasn't been the case. But evidently, from some of the
100.
celebrations, in a micro sense that he showed on the hockey today, his silver medal was definitely getting to Group B. But there's another first for the day. Lee Budgen is the first person to get 3 maximums in a match. And he has got the most of any player this week.
95.
He has now got 22 180s for his campaign in this group, which is a very, very good
134.
effort. A lot of critics would maybe say that his in-between scores haven't been enough.
140.
But there is enough evidence to state that this Group A winner has got potential.
$41.
This is for the win.
No, he
And he's
requires
had match
66.
darts in the last few legs. He gets more. Doesn't need any
Game
more.
shot out the match.
He wins.
Niall
And he will
Culleton.
finish the group in second position above John Henderson. But the man who's just been defeated wins Group A on 20 points. And whenever somebody does that, it tells you that the group is really, really tight. Just like that match, the averages weren't that far apart. There were 3 maximums, all coming from the loser. But you can see that missing 13 darts at a double, it may have cost Lee Budgen, but let's face it, early in the match, Niall Culleton got that 3-0 lead. And the fact that he got over the line is testament to how good he is in last leg shootouts. That's 3 games today where he's won in leg 7. Let's go up to the balcony to speak to Henry and to Matt, who will close things out for Group A today.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. Lee Budgen threatened the comeback there in that final game against Niall Culleton, but it was Cullerton who managed to get through by 4-3. But for Budgen, he is the group victor, and deservedly so after 3 days.
Yeah, there literally was no budging for Budgen at the top of the table. He came into this and I thought he possibly looked a little bit vulnerable. Certainly in terms of what we've seen from him before, and we just don't know. He's answering questions at the moment that we're posing to him, and he's answering them all, and he's answering them really well. We did say earlier in the week what is going to be needed to win this group. We estimated 20 points plus legs. That's exactly what he's got, 20 points plus a very, very healthy leg difference of plus 17. It's a couple of well-earned days off now for Lee Budgen before he returns on Saturday night to try and win that giant novelty check.
The giant novelty check, which Matthew Edgar loves so much, and it's amazing to think that at one point on Tuesday, if Lee Budgen lost to Reece Colley, all the players would have been tied on 8 points. Lee Budgen won that game, and since then, he was the dominant force.
He's been the dominant force since the start of this week after the initial period. I mentioned in commentary, lost his first 2 matches. He then lost another match at the end of Monday and then went on this amazing winning streak in a group where we thought it was all going to be decided on the very, very end of it because it was so evenly matched. Now, when we started digging into those stats a little bit deeper downstairs, there was evenly matched in terms of the averages, but Lee Budgen found consistency. Other players, there was down in the low 70s, then there was up in the high 90s. So you're not going to win the game with a low 70s, so you're only able to win 1 out of 2 of those matches. And as we saw with someone like Reece Colley, who's done the best average this week, 101, he actually lost that match. So timing is key and consistency, and both of those Lee Budgen has excelled on.
Let's have a little chat about John Henderson, because it was a fantastic day for him today, winning 4 out of his 5 matches. The standout player really on day 3, and I think maybe now settled into life at the Super Series, perhaps knew that he had to do something spectacular to catch Budgen, and maybe when he just had that little bit of freedom to relax and play.
I think today we saw the best of John Henderson until that last match. That last match, he looked like a guy who was suffering in a little bit of pain. He looked really discomfort, especially when he was towing the yockey. He was looking in a lot of discomfort. Now, we've seen that the last couple of days, but not to the level where it's looked physical. It's looked more mental and tiring. It'd be interesting to see how that starts tomorrow. He's got a nice long rest, a nice big break, and that could really be the factor. He's got less games to play in Group B as well. I think Group B is an absolute godsend for John Henderson.
You mentioned the groups. Let's have a look then at how it's going to pan out for the next couple of days. We begin tomorrow with Group C, where we are going to see Danny Smith, Reece Colley and Richard North enter. And they're going to be joined by Josh McCarthy, Mark Graham, and the man who the bookmakers are now making is favourite to win this week, Jared Cole.
Great group. Like this Group A, I mean, the one benefit for the players in that is 2 players will go through. We've seen 1 player in Lee Budgen go through this, but we've seen what Danny Smith can do in bits. Jared Cole now the favourite to win the week, and probably rightly so on the basis of we've seen that inconsistent level from others so far. We know Jared can find that level of consistency. Reece Colley has hit amazing heights just last year winning that British Open. Richard North, I think, has played very well this week and is probably a bit unfortunate to be in that group. Mark Graham, been playing very well over in Romania recently at the WDF. So that Group C is really, really tasty. And although I've made my prediction for 2 players to go through, I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2 completely different players to the ones I picked.
And then Group B, we know John Henderson, Niall Culleton are going to drop in. Fallon Sherrick, notably, is the biggest name draw of the players coming into the group. But let's not dismiss the thoughts of Ryan Palmer and Sean Griffiths. Ryan, the last time he came here, was actually really unlucky in his efforts.
Ryan Palmer's been playing some amazing darts. I've seen quite a few of his bits, especially when he's been playing some of the local stuff around the Bristol area and on that sort of ADC. He's been playing really, really good stuff. I was surprised that he didn't go down the Q School road, and he'd probably be one of the people that you maybe could put in that category of play and getting a card. Sean Griffiths is someone who's had a card before, so he's got that pedigree. That group as well, very tight, very competitive, but big standout one, the big standout players, John Henderson, Fallon Sherrick, 2 real headliners in that group.
And I can tell you, they're actually the first game of that group tomorrow night. So make sure you join us for that tomorrow at 10 o'clock. That's our evening session. But we get underway 9:30 tomorrow morning for the first session of the day. It's Group C, which is going to be headlined by the likes of Jared Cole and Richard North and Reece Colley. It's going to be a fantastic day of darts, so why don't you join us? Enjoy the rest of your Wednesday, get all your plans sorted, and why don't you have your feet up on the sofa tomorrow for a day at the darts? We're most certainly going to do it. See you tomorrow.